And welcome everyone to our December.
Recording in progress.
We welcome everyone to our December 21st afternoon and evening session. And before we do a quick roll call and call to order, we're going to ask our very balanced city clerk to read and share with people how they can participate in this hybrid meeting. So Clementine, it's all yours.
All right. The City of Monterey is committed to the safe attendance of its public meetings. Masks are required for all who attend in person, regardless of vaccination status, except for those who are younger than 2 years old or have a medical condition that prevents wearing a mask. We ask that attendees in the council chamber keep their phones and devices muted to prevent audio interference and feedback with the hybrid meeting. And we seek to continue to offer virtual methods for public participation in our meetings. If you aren't joining us in person in the chamber, there are 2 ways to virtually participate. You may join the meeting directly on Zoom Gov using the Zoom app on your computer or mobile device, and you can also call into the Zoom meeting. To join the meeting on Zoom on your computer, smartphone, or telephone, use the link or phone number on the agenda at isearchmonterey.org. Since the meeting has started, you'll find the agenda under the Recent tab. To call in by telephone, dial toll-free 833-568-8864, then enter meeting ID 160-772-9333 pound, and if prompted to enter a participant ID, press pound. Detailed instructions on using Zoom are available at monterey.org/public meetings. To make a public comment using the Zoom app, you can virtually raise your hand by pressing the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. If you dialed in by phone, raise your hand by dialing *9 and then unmute yourself when called upon by dialing *6. You must do both. Public commenters will be muted until it is their turn to speak. I will call on each public speaker in the order of their hands raised. Please stay within the time limit that will be established for today's meeting, which we will show using a countdown timer on the screen. If you're connected live on Zoom, the timer is accurate with no delay. Today's meeting is also streamed live on the city's YouTube account at youtube.com/City of Monterey with approximately 10 seconds delay, and on Comcast channel 25 up to 90 seconds delay. As always, we look forward to receiving your public comments. Mayor Clyde, you're muted.
Well, my rat terrier, Gracie, decided that she wanted to read the rules for participating in this meeting. So I had to mute. A lot of deliveries in the neighborhood right now, of course, being the season, and she is such a little watchdog that she has to bark at everybody. So if I fade in and out, I'll blame it on the dog, who also ate my homework. And so Clementine, would you do the honor of introducing our caring city council, please?
Yes, I will. Councilmember Albert.
Here.
Councilmember Hoffa.
Here.
Councilmember Smith.
Here.
Councilmember Williamson.
Here.
And Mayor Roberson.
Yeah, and I'm here too, and we're all here in various venues, but we're all here together thanks to the internet. And so we'll call our meeting to order, and Clementine, once again, if you'll put the flag on our screen, and I'll invite everyone in a moment to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yes, my apologies. I was not ready for the flag.
That's okay. Actually, we can see it right behind you.
Oh, that one. Okay. Here we go with the video. Hang on 1 second.
Thank you.
You see the flag?
Not yet.
That's weird. It's supposed to be playing it. Hang on 1 second.
Okay.
I think it's just loading.
It was playing it until I hit share, and then it stopped showing it.
Huh.
Here we go again. Okay, let me try this again.
There you go. So please join me in the pledge, everyone. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God,
indivisible,
liberty
liberty and justice
for all.
for all.
All right, thank you for that. And once again, now that we've called the meeting to order, we want to give a warm welcome to people who are joining us in the council chambers as well as at home. And these are a little bit awkward times, as we know. So I think we've been very successful with our hybrid meetings so far. And occasionally there's a snafu, but we seem to survive those and so on. First thing we do is always an intense pleasure, and for our entire city to recognize some city employees for milestone anniversaries and potential retirements. And in a moment, I'm going to turn this over to the benevolent city manager, Hans Uslar. But first of all, I wanted to introduce and thank personally Philip Bitter with the police department, Tanya Hufford, and I see her on screen with the Monterey Conference Center, and we're so happy it's open again and doing really well. We thank you very much for that. It took some heavy hits, as we know, when we were sheltering in place. Andrea Diallo with 20 years of service, and then Juan Hernandez with 20 years of service. And one of those 4 employees is a former 5th grade student of mine, and I'm not going to tell you who it is. You're going to have to figure it out yourself. So our benevolent city manager.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It has become a tradition also that we honor our employees on a quarterly basis. And today we have 4 of our finest that we are making mentioning of. The first one is actually an employee who retired about, I want to say 8 weeks ago, and I had the pleasure also to have the exit interview with him. And it is Philip Bitter, and Assistant Chief Mike Bruno will say a few words about Phil, who worked almost 21 years for the city of Monterey.
Oh, that's great.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, City Council. It's not on. Looks like it. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Mike Bruno. I'm the Assistant Chief for the Monterey Police Department. I'm here to recognize Senior Police Services Technician Philip Bitter. Unfortunately, he was unable to make it here today. He was hired as a police services technician in 2000 and promoted to a Senior Police Services Technician in 2003. He was also awarded the Employee of the Year in 2003 and 2006. Philip Bitter retired as a Senior Police Services Technician in November of 2021. And we would like to congratulate him on his retirement and wish him a safe and happy retirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Mr. Mayor, just going on, we have 3 more employees.
Yes.
Tanya Hufford, Andrea Diallo, and Juan Hernandez, who all celebrate the 20 years of service. And I pumped it over to Assistant City Manager Ned Rocha of the Sierra.
Yeah. Thank you, Hans. It's my pleasure to congratulate Tanya Hufford, our Operations Supervisor at the Monterey Conference Center, for 20 years of service. And she's joining us virtually here from her office at the Conference Center. Tanya was hired in 2001 as the event coordinator for the Monterey Conference Center and was promoted in 2018 as the operations supervisor. During her tenure at the Monterey Conference Center, she's planned, organized, and supervised hundreds of events of the highest quality in our industry. Tanya was instrumental in the Monterey Conference Center achieving the LEED Platinum certification, the Global Biorisk Advisory Council accreditation, and the successful reopening of the conference center following a $60 million renovation. Tanya is a certified pandemic compliance advisor for meeting and event professionals, certified sustainable event professional with the Events Industry Council, a trained technician for GBAC, as we mentioned earlier. And she also has her certified meeting professional, CMP, with Events Professionals International. Tanya is one of the most respected professionals in the hospitality industry, and our clients admire Tanya for her commitment to excellence when servicing their programs. Her supervisor, Doug Phillips, General Manager of the Conference Center, says that she is truly a leader by example and is reflected in the quality of the product her team provides her client. and the conference center and the city are very fortunate to have Tanya as part of the team. I'll also add that Tanya's been instrumental over the past 2 years serving on the Emergency Operations Center, serving as our logistics lead. And anytime we have a need for supplies, whether that's masks or other equipment throughout this pandemic, Tanya's always been there working with the county and working with our city staff. So thank you, Tanya, for your service.
Okay, thank you, Nat. Tanya, if you wish to share any thoughts, we certainly would welcome and open the mic without putting you on the spot. But after hearing that resume, this is easy peasy for you.
Yeah, I'm awfully impressed. I'm not sure who put that bio together, but I suspect it's Doug, and I'm I'm flattered. But I just want to say I'm fortunate to work in a place that I love what I do. I love the people that are around me. 20 years seems like a long time, but when you're doing what you absolutely love to do, it goes by so fast. And you know, Carl Anderson took a chance on a young 20-something-year-old 20 years ago, and I'm grateful for the opportunity, and I'll never have him regret that. And I continue to just do what I do to help the city and move forward the way we can. And so I appreciate the acknowledgement. Thank you.
Yes, we on behalf of the council, we thank you very much as well. And it's one of the blessings in life to have a career or a job that you enjoy. That is something that you like, and that sure makes life a lot easier. And I just saw Carl Anderson on Hot Rods on the Wharf a while back, and he looks exactly the same.
He certainly does. Certainly does.
So thank you again so much. So back to you, City Manager.
Mayor, can I have it? I have a few words, Mayor?
Oh yes, I don't want to. Obviously, want to ask the council if they would like to share. My bad. Okay.
Thank you. I have to say something because Tanya was in my leadership class in Monterey High School, and I'm not going to say what year it was, but I just want to let you know that at the time that leadership class's responsibility was to put together events for the high school. So it doesn't surprise me that Tanya ends up being an excellent operations supervisor, especially when it comes to events coordinators. So Tanya, congratulations on 20 years. I can't believe you've been here I can't believe it's been that long since you graduated. So congratulations again, and thank you for sticking with the city of Monterey.
Thank you. Thank you. I still call Dan Mr. Albert because he was a teacher at Colton and then again at Monterey High. So to me, he's always Mr. Albert and Mr. Roberson. I can't council, no, it's councilman, but it's still Mr. Albert. So yeah, it's been a great 20 years. It's been quite the ride, and I certainly appreciate and feel fortunate to work for the city of Monterey.
Well, after 20 years, it's Dan.
That's great. Well, thank you again. Anyone else from our council before we go on to back to the city?
Yeah, Mayor, this is Ed.
Yes, Councilmember Ed, please.
Yeah, thank you. And Tanya, congratulations on 20 years. And you can call him Dan now, but you can call me Mr. Ed if you want. Speaking of riding. But hey, I've seen your face for many, many years, and you have always been somebody who is just shining with great attitude and a welcoming heart. So we really appreciate the fact that you're here and you're part of our family. And hey, this is part of a village that we really appreciate. One thing about Monterey is a village is that we don't have a lot of people just coming and going, and we don't know people. We get to see people and be part of the family, part of the community. And we really appreciate the fact that you represent that. And you're doing a fantastic job, and we really appreciate everything you do for the city and the community. Congratulations on your 20, and let's make it 20 more, okay?
Thanks, Mr. Ed.
Oh.
You're young to know that.
Okay, Mr. Ed, you may have started a new trend in town. You may regret that.
That's for the older ones that remember the show.
There you go.
All right, Mr. Mayor, our next 20 years service honoree is Andrea Diallo, and Karen Larson will speak about her.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Karen Larson. I'm the Parks and Recreation Director And it's my honor to recognize Andrea Diallo for her 20 years of service. And actually, Andrea has worked for the city even more than 20 years if you count her time as a part-time employee. I had the pleasure of hiring her back in the year 2000, and she became a part-time desk attendant at the Sports Center. And right away, Andrea demonstrated that she was a team player and eager to learn new things. She was willing to support the team, and whatever needed to be done, she was there to lend a hand. She worked at the sports cafe. She even helped fold towels for the laundry service. And then in 2001, Andrea was promoted to a full-time desk attendant. And in that role, she really grew professionally, especially in the areas of cash accounting, customer service, staff training, scheduling, and leadership. And then in 2018, Andrea was promoted to administrative assistant, where she again displayed her love of learning new things. She didn't hesitate to jump in with both feet to learn about the city's financial software or OnBase for contract management, Cal cards, you name it. She jumped in and learned everything and supported the team like a champ. Then during the pandemic, Andrea helped support the Public Works Department, where she not only developed her skills that she had started at the Monterey Sports Center, but also learned about the world of maintenance and work management systems. And in public work, she also received a broader view of the city as a whole, and then learned some more aspects of facility maintenance. Then just this year in 2021, we were lucky to have her return to the Monterey Sports Center, where she now has been promoted to the position of facility coordinator. She supervises the front desk with a staff of nearly 20 part-time employees and is our subject matter expert when it comes to recreation software. She does an excellent job, and I just have to say I'm just so proud of her to see how far she's come over the last 20 plus years, and we're very fortunate to have her on the team. So Andrea, if you're watching, congratulations on this career milestone.
Thank you, Karen, for the kind words. And I don't know if Andrea is part of our meeting, but thank you for that. And I know she's absolutely delighted to be back at the Sports Center and doing a lot of great work, which everyone is doing at the Sports Center. Again, one of our major facilities that just took a tremendous blow from the sheltering in place in the initial pandemic. And we're so glad with people like Andrea bringing it back, and customer service. I'm starting to hear more and more that people are back at the Sports Center and loving it as they always have. So we appreciate that. All right, back to you, City Manager.
Yes, and our last honoree is Juan Hernandez. Juan has been working for the Public Works Department for the past 20 years. We hired him to help us out also in the Sports Center at that time, and has been growing in that position. And I think Public Works Director Steve Whittree has a few words for him as well.
Not as eloquent as the previous speakers, of course, but we want to thank Juan for his time here. As many folks on this list and the recently retired, really a part of the Monterey DNA, the Monterey fabric. As Hans mentioned, Juan came to us actually as a PTS in actually 2000, and he was a full-time in 2001 is when he was promoted to a full-time custodian. And from those beginnings, he's worked his way up through the city, and he's become a trusted member of the city's public works team. In 2005, he became a building maintenance worker, and then he promoted up to a crafts worker in 2015. He's one of those folks who, really is, like I said, the DNA of Monterey. He just gets jobs done. He comes in, he gets the work done. As tonight, he really wasn't looking for a lot of recognition. He just wanted to, see his name in print a little bit and just make sure people saw his name a little bit. But he really wasn't looking for a lot of accolades or a lot of attention. But he's deserved it. He's earned it. He's a trusted member of our team, and we're glad to have him here and hope he sticks around for a little bit longer. So thanks to Juan for his time.
Good. And do you know if Juan is attending our meeting or not?
He did not plan on attending the meeting tonight.
Okay. Well, please convey the gratitude of the City Council, the entire city, and the community to him.
Certainly.
And once again, what an incredible, outstanding staff the City of Monterey has, and we hear that all the time. So thank you. Our next item is public comments, and these are comments. This allows the public to speak for a maximum of 3 minutes on any subject within the jurisdiction of the city council and not on the agenda. And not only that, if you would like to get a response, I can guarantee you that our staff will get back to you very promptly, and you can also make written comments to suggest@monterey.org. So with that, we'll open it up to any public comments not on the agenda. So Nat, anyone in the council chambers would like
Yes, we
to
do,
share some of their
Mr.
thoughts?
Mayor. We have at least one public comment, and please go ahead.
Good
All
evening.
right.
My name is Nina Beatty. I want to talk about Joy tonight. Joy is the name of someone. It's not her real name, but I want to preserve her privacy. I've known Joy since 2010. She's been homeless through much of that time, living in her van. City personnel persecuted, harassed, and traumatized her for years. Late one night, as she was looking for a safe place to park overnight on one of the local streets, the police stopped her, and it ended up being a big trial in Salinas, and she ended up even being booked into the county jail. In 2013, while she was visiting family, the police towed away her van with all her possessions inside at 9 o'clock at night. She thought it had been stolen and called the police. The police violated city rules and gave her false information on the phone. A community member drove her to the impound lot and paid the $240 charge to get her van back. She couldn't have afforded. Most recently, she was hit by a vehicle while walking and her leg was broken. After the hospital, she returned to a room she'd found, but while recovering, the police towed her van again, despite that friends were moving the van regularly and the police knew who it belonged to. She was never able to get her van back. She hasn't fully recovered from her injury. She has no vehicle. The place she was living in was not secure, and she began missing personal belongings. Then on Saturday, she was locked out of that house. She now has no place to stay and is completely homeless. The behavior of city personnel has been shameful, abusive, and possibly unlawful against a person who is also a senior woman with a medical condition who has contributed to this community. I and my family have paid for several nights in a motel, but she needs a permanent solution of secure, safe housing and a replacement vehicle for what the city essentially stole. She and I and others are working on options. An apartment at the new Van Buren complex behind the police station would be one option. I am taking donations tonight. If anyone wants to contribute to her lodging and expenses and keep her out of the rain and cold weather, she could be your mother, your grandmother, your sister, your child. She is part of the Monterey family and she's contributed to this community. So if anyone wants to contribute, I'll be here for a few minutes and then I have to leave.
Thank you, Ms. Beatty, for your comments.
Mr. Mayor, it does not appear that we have other public comment in person.
All right, then let's go ahead on to a Zoom link, please, or anything online.
Yes, we do have one hand raised. I will ask Kathy to go ahead and unmute herself.
Okay.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kathy Bawaya, and I am a Monterey resident. I wanted to just talk about a photo that came out on Nextdoor over the weekend, and I'm not sure if you saw it, but it was really upsetting. There was a woman, a homeless woman, and I'm not sure if it was the same woman as the previous caller, but somebody had taken a photo of her. She was with all her belongings in the middle of the bike path, sound asleep, no shoes, no socks. It was just really upsetting. And I wanted to just mention that because Nextdoor's a pretty big environment. I also wanted to mention, and I think that there are programs that the city is working on, but Santa Clara County is working on a really good program doing prefabricated houses on city sites. And I think that I understand the difficulties and the policies that are involved in trying to solve this issue, but it was absolutely heartbreaking to see this woman laying in the middle of our brand new bike path and not knowing what to do to help because the PD isn't the right place. I just think that there are permanent answers that really need to be addressed here. We're getting used to seeing this, and it's not a good thing. Like I said, I have the information for the woman in Santa Clara County that is working on this project, and I will send that over to Hans and to the board for review. It would be interesting to get together with this woman and find out how it is that she could get these homes through. She's housing about 60 people at this point.
Well,
So I think it would be really interesting to just have somebody reach out and find out what she's doing that's making her program successful, because if she could do it, we could do it. So thank you for your time.
thank you, Kathy.
All right, we next have Esther Melkin.
Good afternoon, everybody. I just wanted to
afternoon.
kind of piggyback onto the two previous comments that were made. You know, we keep seeing all these renter assistance programs, and they are, you know, everybody seems to think that they're so wonderful and fabulous and they're helping so many people. But unfortunately, they're excluding probably just as many people, if not more, that don't qualify. And I'll give you an example of, you know, that I helped somebody recently that until she became destitute with absolutely nothing and about to become homeless, I was able to get her referred over to the Housing Resource Center of Monterey County, of which I sit on the board of directors. It shouldn't take somebody to literally have one foot out in the street to get them some help. And that's a big problem that goes unaddressed by all the programs that we have in place right now and all the nonprofits except the Housing Resource Center. We are taking renters that as a last resort are renting rooms like the example that Nina Beatty gave you. And once you lose a room that you're renting, you have no choice to live on the streets. We've created a permanent renter class, and that particular class has no options available to them to keep them from living on the streets. We've got, you know, an exodus of people that are leaving the state, and housing is one of the top reasons why. We have got to do more to protect the majority of our residents in this city who are renters, unless we're prepared to have more cases like these two that have been brought before you tonight. It is unjust, it's unhuman, and we have got to do better. And by touting the renter assistance program that was put in place at the beginning of the pandemic, which happened to be something that advocates have been asking for years before the pandemic. Yes, it's an accomplishment, but it is far from a big win when we have so many other people that are not able to get help from that assistance program or other programs. If we really care about the people that are what you're calling the Monterey family, because we have people who have worked for the city that are in this position as well. We've got to do better. And if we don't protect our renters, we're all going to pay the price in various ways. So, and by the way, if anybody wants to donate to the Housing Resource Center of Monterey County, that would be appreciated because they are the ones doing really good work in homelessness prevention. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther, as always.
There are no further hands raised, Mayor.
Okay, good. Thank you. And I want to assure the people who did call that the city shares their concerns. And we have two teams, the CAT team and the MDOT team, which is a coordination between the police, CHOMP, social services, who both of those two have offices in our Monterey Police Department. And obviously we've got community human services as well as Gathering for Women. So we'll be sure to follow up on the concerns that were raised today. Let's go to our consent items. Anyone in the public would like to pull anything from the consent in the chambers or online, please?
No one here in the chambers, Mr. Mayor.
I do see a hand raised in Zoom, so I will let Jean-Rico Carr speak.
All right.
Please go ahead.
Are we speaking about things that are on the agenda?
Yes, under consent agenda.
Consent, I guess I'm not too familiar with that, but I'm actually calling obviously about the cannabis
Okay,
issue
we'll
that's on
ask
there.
you to just please wait and we'll give you an opportunity to speak then, okay?
Sounds good, sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, then any council members have a comment or want to pull anything from the consent? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, roll call, please.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
is that yes?
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberson.
Yes, that carries 5-0. Let's go to our public appearance. The first one is to appoint 2022 representatives to outside agencies and city committees. I know a lot of our probably the boards and commissions that we're serving on outside jurisdictions are probably doing the same thing. And so we do have a list from last year and a request, if possible, we may want to see if anyone can fill any alternates. And so before we start swapping committees, which I don't think we'll do, let's find out if there's any public comment on this item, please. Nat, anyone?
No one here in the council chambers.
Clementine, anyone online?
Yes, we do. Esther Malkin, please go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, I'd like to mention that I think it's important for the city to have a, I don't want to say better, but a variety of representation on AMBAG. I have heard at those meetings and comments from other members of that agency that our city is being represented in a way that does not necessarily reflect the sentiments of most of the board as well as the residents here. And when we have somebody representing our city on AMBAG that is more interested in getting market rate housing pushed through than affordable housing, that is part of the reason why there's been a creation of some animosity between some of our neighboring cities that do consider us elitist. When I first heard that reference to the city that I live in, I was pretty surprised and frankly kind of offended. But once I started seeing and hearing why they had those opinions, I thought that it was legitimate, and I really don't understand why we cannot rotate that particular position, because it is a very important position at a time that it is very important for us to be considered partners when it comes to housing. And I mean affordable housing, because everybody can jump on board for market rate housing. But being for affordable housing doesn't just mean that you can say you're for affordable housing. You actually have to do something about it. And AMBAG is a very public forum, and it plays a very important role. And in our region, I will tell you that we definitely are not being represented accurately. And I do understand why you guys have felt that you don't want to rotate that position often. But I have to say that everybody on the city council should understand what AMBAG does and how the RENA numbers are assigned and that whole process. And frankly, wanting to keep consistency on that in that position is not a good enough answer for not to rotate that spot and give others a chance to serve on that committee that are very engaged in housing and affordable housing and water and other things that our current member representative just really isn't as engaged in. Thank you.
And
Okay,
I'm looking to see if we have further comments. No more comments, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, okay, thanks. All right, I know everyone's had an opportunity to look at the current appointment list. And so I'd ask the council, does anyone want to let go of any committees they're on right now, or add or ask if they would like to swap, or is the status quo okay with everyone? What's your thinking? I'll open it up to the council.
Mayor, comment?
Yes,
Zed?
yes, please.
Yeah, I would be satisfied to stay with my assignments, and I just want to echo my activity at AMBAG, Transportation Authority, Monterey County, and Convention Visitors Bureau. Fully participate, and I would encourage those that are ever curious about the voting record of any one of the city council members that serve on these various assignments, that the voting record is readily available. So I would encourage those to, if they are questioning my voting record at AMBAG, please do so. And also please contact me if there is something that has been a question of how I represent this city of Monterey. I have not deviated from my continued endorsement of housing wherever possible, whenever possible. And AMBAG's role is wide, and it's a clearinghouse of data and information. And so there's a lot of moving parts at AMBAG, but my voting has not deviated from the collective Santa Cruz County, Monterey County, and San Bernardino County efforts to improve our housing stock. And I'm an advocate of that and never deviated from that. So I would like to stay where I'm at with the ones that are listed for me and my assignment.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? I'm fine with what I'm doing. Anyone else?
I'll just say that, you know, I serve, I think, on one regional committee. A couple of the committees that I've served on have basically disappeared. So I certainly would be willing to help out if somebody wanted my help. I would also just say that the one I am serving on, Community Human Services, now is meeting at a time when I'm teaching. So it's made it difficult for me, and we don't have an alternate. So whatever happens, I think somebody should volunteer to be the alternate for that. It meets on Thursdays at 11. It's a very important committee. As you know, we're planning the creation of a homeless shelter for women and families in Monterey. We run one already in Seaside. We run drug treatment facilities and addiction treatment facilities. We also run programs to help troubled youth. So I think it's really important, and I have not been able to be there this past semester, and this coming semester is also going to be a challenge because I teach at that time.
Yeah.
So
okay.
just wanted to bring that to folks' attention.
So
right, thank you.
Add on to that, Mayor. I think that at the beginning you mentioned that there might be some agencies that need an alternate, and
Yes.
I'm not sure which ones need one, because like the Monterey Regional Waste Management, that what I sit on, they don't call for an alternate. So Alan, I would be willing to help you out there and be an alternate for, because I think I have gone to a couple of meetings when you weren't there, so I'll be willing to do that. And then if there's any other alternates that that need to take, I don't mind. So.
Thank you, Councilmember Dan. Thank you, Councilmember Allen. We'll make that part of our motion. And anyone else? Councilmember Tyler? You're good? Okay. And I'm good. And Councilmember Ed is good. So I would go back and ask if our staff or any of our council members, do we have another pressing need for an alternate on any of the boards and commission outside agencies that we're looking at?
So
I know,
Mayor Clyde, I can answer that. The reason I worded it that way is just in case there was something I wasn't aware of, but the only one I was aware that was brought to my attention was Community Human Services. So.
okay. Good. Well, then with Councilmember Dan's kind offer to be an alternate, and everyone else sounding like they're good with their committees at this point, and Alan saying gave us a blank check that we can put them on any commission that we don't want. I think that's what he said.
As long as I can attend.
That's
Oh,
what I-
you're very nice. I was just kidding. But thank you for that, for the willingness to serve all of you. All of you to serve.
Here, before we move on.
Yes,
I,
we
I
will.
I have a thought that I'm glad that Dan is able to fill in as an alternate. Is it possible that if that board, so if the alternate isn't able to go, would the bylaws allow there to be a second alternate so that because the community human services efforts is so important to all of us, to make sure if say you couldn't go, Alan, and then Dan couldn't go, is there a need to have a second alternate, or would the staff be able to just fill in for that day? So is it important enough to have two alternates?
Staff could fill in. I don't think they've done that in a while. Years ago, before I got on, we didn't have a council member, and I think a staff person attended at that time. But it's fine either way. I don't think any other city has two alternates, but if Dan thinks he might not be able to fill in when I can't, then we might want to do that.
Okay, well, just a suggestion that, I mean, if we play it out as it goes for the year and see if we always have somebody there, but I've got some Thursdays available, but not every Thursday, and I'm just not sure if I could serve in that, but I'm glad Dan can do it, because I think we all agree that the community human services is important to be represented.
Yeah, very good. And as you pointed out, if we do find there is a need, we can always obviously bring this back to the council for action later. With that, I'll make a motion to appoint the representatives to outside agencies and city committees with the addition of Councilmember Dan as the alternate to Alan for CHS.
Second.
And before you vote on that, could I please point out, I received a request from Public Works that we change the staff appointments just a little bit from what was listed. And I'm not sure if you would like to see those changes, but I do have those available. They're the ones highlighted here in yellow. So I would want this to be the version that you approve, if that works for you.
All right, let me say as the maker of the motion, and can you make that larger for me, please?
Yes, let me try to zoom that in. So it's changing the staff representation on TAMC's Technical Advisory Committee and making the main representation be Marissa Garcia in our traffic engineering. There was an availability issue there, and so Andrea Rennie would be the first alternate.
All right, that's fine with me as the motion maker.
I'm good with that as the seconder and also as the chair of TAMC. That's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Anything else? Roll call.
Councilmember Hoffa.
Yes.
Councilmember Albert.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Roberson.
Yes. That carries 5-0. Thank you, everybody, for your ongoing service to the community. All right, let's go ahead to item 10, to direct staff to develop a regulatory ordinance that allows 3 retail cannabis permits in the city and an update on the roadmap. And you know what, without any further ado, this is something that we've seen a number of times, and I think at the excellent guidance of our staff, our very benevolent city manager, we've come a long way, and I think we're doing it correctly. So this is just another step. And so we'll ask our city manager to ask exactly what direction he and his staff would need this evening, and ask for a brief report. So turning it to you, Hans.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We actually need from you today direction on 3 different items, and one of those items is an item that Kim Cole will talk about that really requires some clarification, because it can help us to streamline the process a little bit further. If I start you out, I wanted to use the most recent headlines that you found over the weekend, where basically the cannabis industry is sending out very clear signals to the governor by saying that their business model right now, especially in the cultivation arena, is not sustainable. The cannabis industry is talking about asking the state to give some more leverage with respect to taxation there. And it seems also that the governor's office has indicated to listening to the industry with respect to cultivation. It might even spill over to commercial cannabis retail. What it tells you is that the business model right now, as it stands, is apparently not highly successful, because the illegal market still is underbidding those commercial cannabis operators who are in the legal part of the business. And the reason why I show you that slide is that this is, again, an interesting development that probably also will has a chance to influence us if our central government in Sacramento continues to give us guidelines as they have done so in the past 2 years. So tonight, we need guidelines from you how we can continue developing the roadmaps. And with that, we have a dual presentation by our assistant city manager and our community development director, and I punt it over to them.
Great. Thank you, Hans. And we also have with us this afternoon Mark Lovelace from HDL Companies and he'll be on hand to answer any questions regarding the financial aspect of cannabis. Let's take a quick look at where we are in the cannabis roadmap. And as you may all recall, we started this effort back in September of 2020. We're here at step 3, which is preparing for launch. We've so far have received consensus from council to at least continue along this roadmap. And you'll see here we're at a point where we've got policy adoption and a selection process. We'll explain this a little bit further. We're not quite at ready to launch yet. And what we are looking for you today, as Hans mentioned, there's 3 main recommendations, and we'll just state this up front. The first is to direct staff to develop regulations that allow no more than 3 retail permits, specifically no more than 1 each in the downtown, Lighthouse, and Cannery Row districts. Also, to direct staff to prepare documents and efforts to regulate up to 3 cannabis retail businesses through either a operating or development agreement. And then the third recommendation is to direct staff to research and come back to council to consider a potential cannabis retail tax for the November 2022 election. So we'll explain this further. As part of today's agenda, we'll recap again where we are. Our Community Development Director, Kim Cole, will describe the planning document amendments and environmental review that will be needed. We'll briefly discuss the cannabis retail selection and revenue strategy, as well as the cannabis events at the Monterey County Fairgrounds. As far as the number of retail locations, as a summary, all of council is very familiar with the resident surveys. 70.8% to 74.9% of residents support cannabis retail with limits on the number of permits. And that's why we're here today. The HDL commercial cannabis retail analysis from earlier this year stated that the market here in the city of Monterey can sustain no more than 3 locations. There are currently 9 existing retailers on the Monterey Peninsula and growing. And there are 7 retailers within 1.5 miles of the North Fremont district, which is why we've focused on downtown, New Monterey, and Cannery Row business district, which is what the city council expressed support for. And although that was based on the idea that there would be up to 3 in either or all of those districts, so potentially 3 downtown, maybe 3 on Cannery Row, or 3 on New Monterey. Our recommendation for you today, and Kim Cole will explain, is to specifically give us direction to have no more than 1 in each of these districts, rather than have potentially up to 3 in 1 district. Council also expressed an interest in considering retail operations on Cannery Row itself, as well as at the Monterey County Fairgrounds events in the future. So I'll hand this off to Community Development Director Kim Cole.
Thank you very much. What we are starting to work through is looking at the city municipal code and the downtown and lighthouse specific plans and the amendments that would need to occur. And we've been completing some research in that vein. As we're looking at moving forward, it's become clear that the code amendments would need to be crafted by a consultant, reviewed by staff, and reviewed by the Planning Commission for ultimate recommendation to the City Council. And as our Assistant City Manager explained, as we've looked into the issue of the number of retail cannabis permits, we're recommending that the scope be potentially modified to no more than one in each of the following districts: the downtown, Lighthouse, and Cannery Row, with the exception of Cannery Row Street itself. And some of the reasoning behind that, as we've looked into this, first of all, there's a market reason. There's a dilution potentially of economic revenue if you locate 3 in one district, and the proximity issue. The impacts, the environmental impacts in the studies will be much more complex if we have to analyze multiple establishments in one district. So as we're looking to focus our efforts, trying to get this project across the finish line, our recommendation is that the council provide direction that our scope of our amendments look at no more than one per each of these areas.
Great, thank you, Kim. And as we shift over to the other topic this afternoon, the cannabis revenue strategy, the estimate from HDL again is that tax revenue could bring between $500,000 to $1.5 million per year to the city of Monterey. The process would be either a standard operating agreement or a development agreement. We're currently working with HDL and the city attorney's office to research the method that would work best, we feel, for the city of Monterey, and we'll bring the details of that back to you at a future council meeting. But an agreement would provide community benefits. One example is that a certain percentage of revenue could be required to go from the cannabis retailer to the city to support certain programs such as recreation or libraries, as an example, in exchange for land use rights to operate in the city of Monterey. The agreement would also sunset when a cannabis tax is in place. And that leads us to the topic of a cannabis retail tax. That would replace either a standard operating or a development agreement fee. The cannabis retail tax rates range anywhere between 4% to 7%. And based on the analysis, one benefit HDL has brought to our attention with the cannabis retail tax is that it doesn't only affect and allow retail tax revenue from those that operate within the city or that have brick and mortar operations in the city, but it also allows deliveries to be taxed as well. And should a cannabis retail tax be implemented, they're estimating anywhere between $90,000 to $200,000 in revenue annually, just based on deliveries made by retailers from outside of the city to locations within the city alone. So that's on top of the estimate we shared with you earlier. A cannabis tax would require voter approval. So our recommendation to you this afternoon is to allow staff to begin to prepare documents to potentially place a cannabis retail tax on the ballot, and also to regulate up to 3 cannabis retail businesses. This will require further discussion with the city council, so it's more of a preview of what we hope to research should you agree for us to begin the process. Last but not least, the other topic tonight is cannabis events at the fairgrounds. Attached in your agenda packet is a letter from Kelly Violini, CEO of the Monterey County Fairgrounds, asking the city to consider allowing for cannabis-related events as early as summer of 2022. One of the events is called Mary Jane's Revival, and there's a detailed information in the packet about the event. we will be honest with you, council staff. We do not have the resources right now to conduct the extensive planning, legal research, and community outreach that would be needed to consider cannabis events at this time. We like to focus on development of the operating or development agreement with for the cannabis retailers, as well as other preparations, the cannabis tax. And we like council to consider events at the fairgrounds once cannabis retailers are operational. That is staff's presentation for this afternoon, and we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
All right, any initial questions from our council before we go out to the public?
Yeah, I have a question, Mayor. I have
Yes,
two.
please, Councilmember Dan.
The first question is about Cannery Row. I'm not sure how large Cannery Row district is, a business district, but it seems to me that there's only really two streets except for the perpendicular streets to Cannery Row. And it seems to me it's only Wave Street where it will be able to be operated. Is that true? So maybe because that could be confused with the streets that cross Cannery Row, that maybe in the ordinance we put Wave Street only instead of exempting Cannery Row as a dispensary, then we just say Wave Street is the only place.
I think my only question in that regard is would the side streets between Wave and the recreation trail be appropriate? There's buildings that wrap around the corner and not all of the businesses have a Wave Street address. So I would see it as being that entire block potentially. As
I
being
see.
an
I see. So what you're saying is that there might be some of those buildings that have a Wave Street address, and it's at the corner of a Wave and the street that goes down. Okay, I understand that. I just would prefer to keep it away from Cannery Row, the actual street. So if there is a street a down street that has an address that is actually placed on Cannery Row, but it has an address for the street that goes down, does that make sense?
Mhm.
Then they would essentially have a dispensary on Cannery Row. So, I mean, it works for Wave Street and it also works for Cannery Row. So I asked staff that we make sure that somewhere in the language of the ordinance that cross street, there isn't a building on the corner that has a cross street address, but it actually sits on Cannery Row, that be exempt also. Okay, that's the first question. And then the second question is, what happens if the people or the residents of Monterey do not pass the cannabis tax? How does that affect our revenue? I'm sure it affects it a lot, but I'm just wondering what would happen, because what I'm reading in the paper, it just seems like if we're not making any money, it's kind of difficult to justify it. So I was just wondering.
I think HDL Mark Lawless can answer it probably better than I do, but in essence, you would go back to a standard operating agreement or a development agreement. And with that, you have the commercial cannabis retailer on the hook to make those payments. The point here, however, is that council needs to be aware this hasn't been litigated yet. Those kind of agreements, and as you have seen in the past, a lot of things are coming through litigation down on cities as well. So taxation is probably the preferred method to make it watertight.
All right, thank you. That's a good answer. Thank you. That's the only questions I had, Mayor.
All right, other questions? Councilmember Allen?
You're muted, Alan.
Do we know how many parcels or businesses, available businesses there are in each of those three districts where theoretically a cannabis operation could be managed? The reason I ask is my one concern about saying, well, it's only going to be one in each of these three is, what if in one of these districts there's really only one or two spots, and for whatever reason that doesn't work for the operators, and so in essence we end up limiting ourselves
So we cannot answer that question because any business today that is in any of the three operations can switch their modus operandi to commercial cannabis tomorrow. It is a fair question, council member, but it's something that we cannot really quantify because if you followed the discussion that had happened in the city of Marina, you had some of previous multi-year business owners getting booted of expressing concerns or having shared that they were booted because some property owners wanted to make a higher profit by allowing them commercial retail operations there. So we cannot really, I believe, give you that answer right now of how many are potentially out there.
But do we know just in general, is there a number of how many parcels period there are in each of these districts as they're being contemplated? Because I mean, the downtown one is pretty small and the Cannery Row one is pretty small and getting smaller. I'm just wondering, do we have any idea how many business fronts there are in each of those three, or we just don't know that?
I don't know it without, we could do a GIS query, but I don't have the exact number of parcels tonight.
Okay, all right, thanks.
We could find the number, yes.
So Mayor, I just thought of another question, Mayor.
Yes, please.
Thank you. So there wasn't any comment or in the staff report about medical marijuana dispensaries. And so I'm assuming that just like cannabis events at Monterey County Fairgrounds, the staff would rather get retail started and then speak to municipal, right?
That's correct.
Okay,
Yes.
I just wanted to make, because I didn't see anything in the report on that. Thank you.
I have a follow-up question to Councilmember Alberts in regards to the ballot initiative. What would be the required number or percentage of votes that we would need in order to have that pass successfully?
Majority.
Our belief is a majority, and I know Mark Lovelace from HDL has a history of how other cities have fared when it comes to cannabis tax ballot measure.
And just to clarify, is that 50% plus one?
50% plus one.
Okay, thank you.
And also maybe HDL can summarize for the city council briefly the distinction between a retail tax and an excise tax, because I think sometimes there's a nuance there that might be helpful to have some clarification on.
So the question, as I understood it, was regarding the success rate of cannabis tax measures. They're virtually 100% across the state, as long as it's a general tax rather than a special tax. General tax, of course, are requiring only 50% plus one vote. Special tax requiring 2/3. I believe there's only one cannabis general tax that has failed to meet the 50 plus one threshold, and that one had some very specific pieces to it. By the way, my apologies about the dog barking in the background.
Having a hard time hearing you, Mark. I think you said there's only one that you're aware of that is not passed.
Yeah, and it had some very unique circumstances that went with it that weren't indicative of other measures.
And then our city attorney, I'm not sure if there's a way to move your doggy over to another room, because it is hard to hear. But our city attorney had a question regarding to clarify the excise tax versus retail tax. Is that correct?
So was that regarding the ability to collect tax from businesses outside of the
If you could
city?
explain briefly the difference between a retail tax and an excise tax.
For purposes of what we're discussing here, they function the same, but an excise tax is not necessarily assessed per sale, per transaction, depending upon the specifics of how the tax is formulated. In many cases, it's on the gross receipts of the business, and so it may not be assessed per each transaction. But at the end of the reporting period, whether it's monthly or quarterly or annually, the business has to determine its gross receipts, report those to the city, and pay the appropriate tax on that amount rather than on a per transaction basis.
And perhaps,
Because the excise tax is taxed on the business rather than on the sale, and so it's not in addition to the it's not paid by the end customer in theory, though of course all taxes are ultimately going to be incorporated into the final sale price in the business plan in one way or another. So to that degree, it's a difference without distinction.
and there's a difference between excise and a retail tax. In this case, the mechanism you mentioned that can allow for the deliveries of cannabis to the city of Monterey. That's can you explain that slightly more?
Yeah, that would be that's a difference as discussed in the memo that was provided as an attachment to the staff report. That's particular distinction between a tax versus a development agreement or operating agreement. Development agreement is a condition of the business's ability to operate within the city. It becomes part of the permitting process, so it can only be applied to a business that is located within the city. A tax can be applied to businesses outside the city that are conducting business within the city. And it's a very complex formula, but the base sales tax for the state, the Bradley-Burns uniform sales tax, means that all proper sales taxes are assessed by the state only, and any tax levied by the city would be considered a transactions and use tax. The result to the end user, to the purchaser, the consumer, makes no difference in that way, but it's a technicality in terms of how the tax is collected and who it can be collected from. So the sales tax is on the privilege of being able to sell the product. That privilege belongs to the business that's making the sale. The transactions tax is on the transaction and where the transaction happens. So one is taxed based upon the location of the business. One is taxed based upon the location of the transaction. And so that's the mechanism whereby sales made by retailers from outside the city delivering to addresses within the city, a tax by the city can collect from those transactions, whereas a development agreement could not. And that's the additional $90,000 to $200,000 that was referred to earlier.
Mark, so if I could ask a follow-up, and maybe kind of in a statement, but also in a question. So if I understand this correctly, it sounds like an excess tax would be better for the city in that if a business outside of the city were to do deliveries within the city, that we would benefit from those sales in addition to any retail that happened within the city. Is that accurate?
Yes, but to clarify, we're talking about a difference between a development agreement or operating agreement versus a tax. The tax can be collected from the businesses outside the city. The development agreement or operating agreement can only collect from businesses within the city where the city has permitting jurisdiction.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, you're muted.
My dog had started in too. Now I know I can blame Mark, and instead of it's not Gracie, it's Mark's dog.
Terriers.
Terriers, yes. Terrors. Nobody sneaks up on us though, right? Nat, anyone in the council chambers wish to address us on this item?
We have one gentleman who is walking to the podium.
Okay, excellent. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council and staff. My name is Sal Palma. I'm the owner of Higher Level in cities of Seaside, Greenfield, and Hollister. I definitely agree with staff's recommendation for a total of 3 dispensaries. I think that given the visitor traffic that the city of Monterey sees on an annual basis, it can definitely support it. I also agree with designating 1 per each of the districts that are being proposed. Obviously, each district has its own sort of nuance of seasonality, whether it's the Old Monterey Business District with the convention season or tourist season down on Cannery Row. So I think each one of those districts and each one of the potential businesses will have sort of its own ebbs and flows of seasonality that could actually offset each other really well. So definitely from a point of somebody who's in the industry, I definitely agree with all of the proposals and recommendations that the staff has made. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I believe we have one more gentleman walking up to the podium.
All right, welcome.
Good evening, Council. It's nice to see everyone again. My name is Anthony Gonzalez, and I spoke during the last council meeting. I live in New Monterey in Lighthouse District, and I just wanted you to know that as a resident of the area for over 15 years, I think it's a perfect place for us to really consider a dispensary. My team has been able to purchase a property in the Lighthouse District with ample parking, a great location, and it's already in the green zone based off of your initial maps. So we're really excited to go through this process and continue working with the city. Thank you.
No, thank you for your comments.
And we have one more
Okay.
member of the public joining us here at the council chambers.
Good evening, council, everybody here this evening.
Welcome.
Getting ready for the holidays. I haven't been to many of these meetings. I try not to get too involved, but my name is Jennifer. My last name is Hewlett. I'm a Monterey resident of 25 years, raised my children here, went to school here. I've been in, I've worked in DUI law for 13 years and implemented a wonderful pilot program here in Monterey County. And I transitioned into doing a little nursing and then moved into the cannabis space. I've worked as a caregiver, restorative nurse's assistant, and I've trained a lot of people on the plant side of cannabis and how it's helped our community and titrating a lot of people off pharmaceuticals onto cannabis. I'm currently working in the industry now. I represent Synchronicity Holistic. I went before many asking for a new pilot, a new template for cannabis. It's a touchy subject. We all know that. It has a lot of stigma to it, a lot of questions, and I see all of you muddling through this space and trying to, I applaud you first and foremost of the way you've approached it and came to it with a lot of trepidation and doing it right. So I applaud you for that. I do feel the template that we share at Synchronicity Holistic is a little bit of both. We really focus, we're patient forward. The patient comes first. I'm 2 times cannabis certified, so I know a lot about the plant and helping people in the non-psychoactive part of the beautiful plant that are seeking wellness on that side. So that being said, I think in living right up the hill for 25 years, putting my kids through school here, I too I have all kinds of feelings around it, but I think your approach is wonderful. I encourage you to look at our template. I think it's a great space. I think it's elevated cannabis and answers a lot of questions with respect to our reservations and concerns around it. And I just wanted to introduce myself and say thanks. I think moving forward, 3 sounds good, but ultimately that's up to you folks and seeing where that lands. Working at a dispensary now and seeing the 3 taxes are definitely a concern. Definitely need some conversation around that. The excise tax, the state tax, the county tax, and where that money is allocated and where it goes is huge questions and how we can most benefit. So thanks for your time. happy holidays, and thanks for the opportunity.
Oh, thanks for speaking. Happy holidays to you as well.
Mayor, that concludes feedback from those who are here with us live.
Okay, good. And we appreciate them being live in the chambers. And I know we've had at least one speaker online who wanted to join us earlier. So let's open it up, please, Clementine, to our online public.
Sure, we do have 4 hands raised. So Jean-Rico Carr, please unmute yourself and go ahead.
Hello, happy holidays to the council and the mayor there. After hearing the woman who started the public comment this evening, I have to wonder how many people have been violated by the city of Monterey in some shape or form. Well, I can tell you about 1,500 plus Monterey residents that were deprived of their right to collectively practice the right protected under SB 420 and Prop 215. The city of Monterey aggressively discriminated against medical cannabis patients, but now plans to allow the for-profit recreational sale of cannabis. I've been following along since the beginning of this city's process. I am keeping an open door to the city council in hopes that the city of Monterey will work with me to make myself and those who were harmed by the city's pursuit of medical cannabis whole. How does the city intend on addressing the issue of My Caregiver Cooperative and I? I'm asking the city to designate one of the 3 licenses to me as a form of restoration. The second issue is social equity. How much research has gone into social equity? I have several reputable cannabis companies that have offered to assist in being a social equity incubator. Even if the city decides not to include social equity, I am prepared to bring a responsible, respectful, and community-oriented dispensary to Monterey. Establishing social equity opens a range of resources that cannabis businesses can use to help stay afloat. So if the city has any concerns about the longevity of its local cannabis businesses, I'd like to suggest that the city of Monterey work closely with social equity businesses, organizations, and operators to develop a social equity program that best benefits the city and its cannabis patients and recreational consumers. Thanks for all your hard work and the progress with regards to this commercial cannabis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And let's see who we have next. Next, Esther Malkin, please go ahead.
Hi, everybody again. I'm just wondering, I keep hearing the word tax, 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 tax. And we've already talked about how this industry is basically not sustaining the current way that it's set up, and it's because of taxes and fees that they're paying. So I'm not quite sure how, and again, I'm not really versed on all this, but when I hear tax, tax, tax on top of the taxes that are already in place, I wonder if we're setting up for failure here, if we're going to make it unreasonable. I do want to point out that, the legalization was supposed to, run out of town the black market, which we know not only didn't it decrease it, but the black market is stronger than ever. That's been documented by a number of different, authorities on it. So I just I think that what we need to stress when we talk about this are the benefits of what cannabis that's bought at this level gives the consumer versus the black market. It's price, obviously, and all those taxes and all the problems that financially it causes, but it's been proven that black market marijuana has all kinds of pesticides and chemicals that have been found in them that are harmful. So I think it's important to stress those things about it. I mean, at one point we talked about a lab for it being in this area, and there's a good reason for that. We want to make sure that whatever is sold is clean. So I just wanted to mention that. I also want to commend the staff. I've said it before, this roadmap approach is really excellent, understandable, and methodical. And I hope to see the staff and the council give the same type of attention to the renter issues that we have. Because it's obviously a good way to go, but it has not been applied to the number one issue that we have in the city. And also just to kind of connect the last dot to that, hopefully some of that tax money that we get will end up going to funding some sort of affordable housing that the city can start putting a fund together for. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have one more hand raised, Robert Roach. Please unmute yourself. And please
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Yes, thank you. Hi, I'm Robert Roach. I'm with the Monterey County Cannabis Industry Association. And I want to say a little bit more about the state of the markets. The cannabis market's undergoing a major correction right now because we reached the inflection point where the supply has greatly outstripped the demand. There's just too much product on the market and too few retail outlets because 2/3 of the cities in California have not made that happen yet. So thank you for moving forward on that. But I mainly want to talk about events. I didn't understand that this event that people are interested in was an additional event. So there's the Cali Roots and Memorial Day, and then this would be another one, and potentially generating as much as Cali Roots or more, which is $15 million of economic activity. Our organization is very eager to help. We would like to get, we took this to our board, and the consensus was we'd like to get an event organizer license. We'd like to organize events, but we need a venue and a client. License is not easy to get. It's all very highly regulated. Getting the event organizer's license is many thousands of dollars to get that from the state. And after you get that, then you have to get another license, a permit really, to have the event. So the whole thing is very strictly controlled. So I really don't understand the need for a lot of additional study or staff work on this. If events are already allowed at the venue and the state regulates these events to extreme degree, and they will be there. They were up in Santa Rosa a couple of weeks ago, and they will be here watching that everything goes according to the extensive regulations that the state has adopted. So I'm not sure we really need a lot of study. You could be passing up an opportunity to generate a lot of economic activity in Monterey County, and I think you should reconsider putting the events on hold, because it really doesn't have to be a lot of intensive work, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you for your input.
And we have one more hand that came up. Please go ahead, Kelly Violini. Please unmute yourself and go ahead.
Hi there.
Hi, Kelly.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Sorry, I'm not good at the Zoom. So I just wanted to say thank you for all the time.
No, there she goes.
Sorry. I wanted to say thank you for all the time you spent on this, and I appreciate Bob Roach calling in on our behalf. So if there's anything that Hans, Nat, or Kim needs, I know that you're very, very busy, but please feel free to reach out.
All right, thank you very much. And I believe we have no further commenters. There are no more hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Let's bring it back to the council. Are you ready to go with a motion?
I just have a couple comments.
Okay, couple comments, and all right, please, Councilmember Dan, start off.
Tyler, do you want to make a comment first, or you want me to go?
You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I want to thank the staff for putting this through, as one caller called it, methodically, because it is. And I think it's a roadmap for all cities. And I really appreciate the staff doing the hard work, because it is hard work. I just want to mention that remember what we are looking at is 3 dispensaries in the city of Monterey, up to 3 dispensaries, but that doesn't necessarily mean we will be getting 3 dispensaries. It just depends on how the council, which direction the council wants to go. So I want to remind staff that when we do put out RFPs, that each individual RFP comes to the council for a vote. That's number 1. And number 2 is that spreading it out over the city makes sense to me instead of having it in one spot. But again, it's a free open market. And if we do have a couple of areas on Lighthouse or down on Cannery Row or that area that that look like it fits properly, and the council can agree to it, then I can see more than one in one particular area. It just depends on what the proposals are. And that's very important, especially when it comes to the RFP. And the last thing is, I'd like to thank the staff, because I think the last time I mentioned that I'd like to review the RFP when it comes to when it's completed by the staff. I appreciate you bringing it to the council, because I saw that in the comments. That was it, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dan. Councilmember Tyler.
Yeah, I'd also like to give staff some appreciation for all the work that's being put behind this and coming up with the roadmap. I think it's a great path that we've come along and that we're going to continue on as we continue these discussions. I just kind of wanted to follow up with Rob's and Kelly's comments in regards to the event piece. I'm wondering if there is a space for us to consider moving forward with allowing events to occur, because I can imagine that that brings in a lot of revenue. We're talking about more than just the event. We're talking about people coming into this town, shopping and dining in our community. And I think that that's an opportunity that we can't pass up. I don't think that it means that we can't have public input and create a space for folks to share their feedback and comments in regards to how we move forward with that. But to Rob's point, it sounds like it is heavily regulated by the state. And I think it'd be a lost opportunity if we kick the can down the road here on this one. And I'm not sure if it's something that we have to spend so much time on that we eat up staff's capacity. So I'm wondering if that's something that the council can consider and perhaps give some direction to staff on. I'll leave the comments there.
Yeah, and if I may respond, I'm sorry, go ahead, Councilmember Allen.
Thanks. I've got 3 points. First, I just wanted to note that the staff report indicated we're essentially losing, I think, $80,000 to almost $200,000 a year in lost revenue for deliveries that are happening right now, that have been happening from neighboring jurisdictions to consumers in our city. And so I think that is, we need the revenue. We are facing revenue shortfalls, and I guess I would just ask that the staff do what they can to expedite the roadmap. I was a little surprised, and maybe I didn't see it before, but the end of 2022, so essentially another 12, 13 months, seems like a long time. I think we gave the direction we're essentially ratifying tonight back in maybe September, early September. So anyway, I would really ask staff to expedite the process, because I think we have had a involved community process, and I think we're coming to a consensus. As far as the events go, I feel like Councilmember Tyler, that if we just leave that in hiatus, that again, it's more lost opportunity. And the reality is, events there happen now with people consuming cannabis, and they have been for years and years. If you've ever been to an event there, you know that. So the question is, are we going to regulate it? Are we going to do it, make sure that it's done in a safe way? And are we going to get revenue from it? As far as staff time, of course, I'm sensitive to that, but I think we're going to be hiring a consultant to do a lot of this work anyway. So I'm not sure why that could not be part of the consultant's workload. So I think we heard somebody say $15 million for an event in terms of total business activity. Again, just seems like a lot of opportunity being left on the table and being delayed. And as far as the rest of the proposal, I'm prepared to support it. But if there was other council members open to the idea of asking staff to work on events, I would be supportive of that amendment.
Okay, if I can jump in,
Mayor?
I was very interesting. I'm sorry, Councilmember Ed?
Yeah, I wanted to make a couple of comments.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so first off, I want to start this off by saying that as a reminder, even though people may disagree, even friends can disagree and still be friends and still conduct business and still move forward with their shared relationship. So I'm going to part again, and you've heard this before, and I can't support being involved in the marijuana business. But I do have a couple of statements that are related to this. We own some property in the business area of, well, the Cannery Row district, but I would like to say as a policy that I don't think the city of Monterey should be participating in renting to a potential cannabis business. And so I don't know how we can stake that out, but I would just say that I think it would be inappropriate for us to be potentially in partnership with someone who, or a business entity that is participating in cannabis business if it's a city-owned property. The other thing is that any future approvals, which I wouldn't support, the irony is that I still would encourage us to participate in making sure that any approval through this process ultimately does include a public safety site plan prior to the issuance of any approvals. I know our planning department will heavily rely on that. The other partners in the city, that nothing would be rushed, but absolutely, as we hammered out in the previous application a couple of years ago for the testing site, I indicated in there that we needed to have a public safety site plan and requirements of cameras and monitoring and all of that. So I look to that as being part of any future approval. But with that said, we don't have a motion yet. I know there's one coming, and I fully expect that I'll be the lone man out with no approval, but I just cannot change my mind. I have too many people that have told me the opposite, that they would rather the city not be involved in it. Yeah, I know there might be some money that we'll leave on the table, but it's just not a business that I choose to be participating in, nor would I like to see our city do this. I would like to see our city be one that says, no, we're going to be a little different, and let our neighbors do it, because there's already 9 competing businesses. We've already heard the saturation piece. We've already heard that money is coming. Probably the revenue is not going to be anywhere near as much as you think it will be. And it's a crowded field. So I just think that we ought to stay out of it. So I can't support it. Not yet.
Thank you, Councilmember Ed. My comment would be, I'm hearing 2 of our council members talking about, can the staff also simultaneously do event planning and RFPs for events, et cetera. And early on, we heard our assistant city manager say that they're overloaded, and we know that. We have something like 100 programs going on, all of which are in the first quadrant, urgent and important. So on the other hand, you look at a recent article in the Herald, and I think it was brought up by Esther, that 2/3 of the illegal cannabis is tainted, a lot of it with mold and fentanyl. And actually, drug cartels are operating in Northern California. Drug cartels from Mexico are operating these illegal cannabis farms. And I had read in that article that the police safety authority feel like it's a third world country because they're armed and it's dangerous. And so there's so much danger involved with the illegal market. And this is one of the reasons have come along to support a legal market. Now, secondly, I would ask our staff I don't know if we had an offer from Kelly Violini and others to help with this process with events, but if there's a way that we can do that. But on the other hand, all of us have worked for employers and worked for school boards, still do. And it's easy for us to say, yeah, staff, you can do this, but we have to find out, can they really? So that would be my question to our city manager. Taking on event planning, is there a way that we can have others do the work for us?
I'm sorry.
And the workload that we're facing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we appreciate the help that Kelly Violini is offering. The challenge is that we have to do our own homework, and we cannot just take something that another agency puts together for us and write that. I have to politely reject that task. We cannot get it done, especially given the timeline that this has to be done prior to this Mary Jane event that takes place somewhere in the summer. Council is fully aware about our priorities right now and our allocation of resources. Right now, we are in the California Voting Rights Act, and that consumes a lot of time by our attorney's office, which definitely will be involved with that for the cannabis. We are shooting to get we're shooting for getting a few items done by the end of this fiscal year, including presenting to you a local coastal plan. And as you know, we are pushing forward also on getting the affordable housing units that involve city properties done. We deal with with various other projects that are coming forward, as council is fully aware. So I have to really say I understand the spirit in which this idea is being presented to you by Ms. Violini, and I understand that council would like to support it, but it's a no-win situation for us, because if we start doing that, we will get behind with respect to the other commercial cannabis retail work that we have to invest as well. So there are only so many weddings we can dance on. This is one we cannot.
All right, so are we ready to move on this then, please?
Mayor,
Someone want to try a motion?
I'd just like to make a comment on cannabis events. I saw
Yes.
Tyler's hand go up, but would you like me to go first, Tyler? Okay, thank you. So I know the reason why we don't have proposed cannabis dispensaries on North Fremont Street, because of the proximity to the other cannabis shops in other cities. But I just have to ask the staff, was there a disapproval rating, I guess you could say, with the neighborhoods asking not to have dispensaries on North Fremont Street, or was it just economic? Do we know?
I do not.
It was a mixed bag out of North Fremont, to be frank with you. Then they organized themselves, and basically the business district, after we came out with our initial recommendation, if I recall that correctly, and the business district said we would like to have some business on our in North Fremont as well. And there was also some moderate neighborhood support by some neighbors. Our recommendation still remained that from a saturation point of view, and in order to maximize city potential revenues, it just doesn't make sense to place another dispensary across the street from Delray Oaks and Seaside. So there was in the beginning, I would characterize it more a rejection, and then after the business district sent in letters asking to be considered for that as well, there were also some neighbors who spoke about that. And as staff, we still stuck to our initial recommendation of 3, and putting them in those areas where we think the operators have also the highest ability of survival. And you know that the operators that we will have to comply with a lot of regulations. And if they are not profitable, they will cut corners. And so for us, in the end, despite the wishes by the North Fremont Business Association and some of the neighbors, we stuck to our guns and presented that to the council also at the meeting when you made the decision of going to 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, the only reason I bring that up is that that for me, it's not so much the events, it's more the making sure that the neighborhoods feel comfortable about this type of event in their neighborhood. And as Alan mentioned, that that type of activity has been going on all the way back to the Monterey Pot Festival.
Yeah.
And so I understand that. I just want to make sure that our neighborhoods, because they are adjacent to this, the fairgrounds, that they feel comfortable about these kind of events. That's the only reason. So if the staff is going to do, some research on it, I'd sure like to find out how the neighborhoods feel about it.
And that's one of the challenge, and I appreciate that, Councilmember Albert, in our presentation, one of the reasons why we said the amount of staff time that we currently don't have capacity for is threefold. It's on the planning side, it's on the legal side, and on the community engagement piece. And we haven't started that conversation. We're currently going through districting. We've got, we'll be coming back to council with our city council work plan and work program at a study session in January, where you'll have a chance to see the list of dozens and dozens of projects. And that's one of the challenges, is what projects will go off the list or be delayed more months for us to prioritize events.
That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I think Tyler had something, didn't he?
Yeah.
Tyler,
Well, I guess, yeah, I guess I would just kind of continue that conversation with you, Councilmember Albert, if I could, because you know, we've already had community engagement on cannabis in the aggregate. It wasn't specific to retail. And I know that there's been some deeper conversations already had with the communities on the North Fremont side of town. So I'm not sure if we need to set, and this is kind of what I'm saying with staff talking about this Cadillac version. I know that there's probably interest in staff trying to be very thorough in that space, but I'm imagining that we've already heard from folks. We've received letters that have been included in the council packet. So why can't we just allow the public input piece be this coming back to the council, and anybody in the community, this is a public meeting, anybody in the community can come and have that conversation with us in the council, and we can hear directly from folks, as opposed to creating a whole separate segment in addition to, so that we can find a way of moving things forward here. And just like we were talking about with retail, there's this space for us to continually improve things as we move forward. So if there's something that's not working, but I think to your point and to Councilmember Hoffa's point, you know, it's already kind of happening. Now we can just regulate it, and let's just kind of get something in there that can work, and then we can move forward with benefiting from the economic advantage of having these events.
I think the reason I bring that up is, for me, and I'm sure quite a few people in the city of Monterey, I'm just generalizing, of course, that a cannabis dispensary, one small store, is much different than an event that has multiple thousands of people that are using the drug. So to me, I think some people would see that as much different than a dispensary itself. That's the only reason why I bring it up. So that's why I think it's important that we get, and I do understand that people can get up and speak to it, but I don't think people will know in the neighborhoods until that event is actually happening. I think that's when they'll be aware of it.
So, Mr. Mayor, I think I'm ready to make a motion,
Yes.
basically to accept the staff recommendation. But I did have a question for staff before I make that. It had to do with the social equity piece and whether or not we would designate funding to particular purposes. Is that something we should be indicating now so that can be worked into the ordinance, or is that something we'll take up at another meeting? So that's a question for staff because
Yes.
I certainly have
Hans,
some
can you
thoughts on
respond
that.
to?
We would ask to do that at a later meeting when we bring this forward. Tonight, we just want your agreement to allow us to reduce the scope of the environmental review and to give us further guidance with respect to preparing also the necessary prep work for the tech possible ballot measure in November 2022.
Okay, because I certainly do think it would make sense that some of it be designated for rental assistance and affordable housing, and maybe some of it for recreation and library. But with that being said, I'll make a motion then to approve the staff recommendation.
All right, thank you. Is there a second? I'll second it. Roll call, please.
Just to clarify for the city clerk, so you are basically your motion include all 4 staff recommendation written in the agenda report.
Yes. So, okay.
Clement, I'm sorry, can you clarify what those 4 points are just for clarity's sake?
Yes, I'll pull up the agenda report in a moment. If this isn't what, Hans, can you please let me know? What I've got here is we are asking the council to direct staff to prepare documents and efforts to regulate 3 cannabis retail businesses and to place a cannabis retail tax on the ballot for Monterey voters to consider in November 2022, and to consider cannabis events at the Monterey County Fairgrounds after cannabis retailers are in operation.
I'm requesting that last one we pull for a separate vote, please.
So the first half up until the cannabis retail tax on the ballot.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's fine. We can do that.
I'm fine with that.
And just to clarify, because I know that this was a discussion that we had from the last time this was on our agenda, it seemed like there was some interest in potentially allowing more than one retail in a business district. And so we're basically saying we're not going down that route anymore. We're limiting ourselves. So I'm not necessarily in favor of that, but I also don't want to stop us from moving forward. So I just wanted to clarify that we're all on the same page here. Okay.
And Hans, were those the 2 components you were referring to, or was there something I missed when I read it?
Yeah, I asked Nat to put the slide up right now, and I think then we know what the objective is.
Okay.
All right, so that would be the motion minus the events part of it, right?
Yes, we'll handle that in a separate motion.
Separate motion, okay. If we're all clear now, roll call?
Yes, Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
No.
and Mayor Roberson.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Dan, did you want to address that one item on the table, which is the event?
Pull out because the recommendation is consider, and to me, I can't consider anything until I have all the facts, and I want the staff to do the research on the neighborhoods to make sure that the neighborhoods are aligned with those events. So as long as it says considered cannabis events, then I can't support it.
All right.
Okay, I kind of read that differently, so I'm wondering if there's just a way we can change the wording. I took that to mean that the staff will take up essentially take up that question and that issue after we're done with this process. It doesn't necessarily mean they're going to recommend that we do it or that we would approve it, but that we would consider it, we would look into it. So maybe that would be a better way to put it, that after this process of approving cannabis dispensaries has been concluded, staff will agendize a discussion about the possibility of having events at the fairgrounds. Would that be something you could
That
support,
works for
Dan?
me, Alan. That works. for
Okay,
me.
so then I'll make that motion.
All right,
Comment on the motion?
let's get a second first.
Yeah.
Do we have a second? I'll second it. All right, comment.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to make the distinction in some folks on a special event versus what may happen now with the concert. And there may be use of marijuana by attendees at the concert, but does not necessarily mean that that is legal. But I don't think that the fairgrounds is wanting to host events where everyone is invited to come out and in public light up. I think what they're talking about is having industry-wide events that support the industry and potentially sales, demonstration, education, and further product information. But I would never support an event at the fairgrounds that would promote 10,000 people coming in and encouraged 10,000 people to participate in a public forum, because marijuana is still illegal to use in a public forum. Sometimes in a concert, when you've got 2,000 people and 500 people using, it is unenforceable. But there is a big distinction between a public event like a fairgrounds would sponsor versus just saying it's a marijuana event. So I just wanted to make sure that we stay focused on what it may be that the fairgrounds is asking for. And we'll see that in the future after this motion passes. But there's a big distinction between use at a concert versus public demonstration at a particular event that supports an industry. That's all I had.
Could we read back the motion one more time?
I was just going to ask if Councilmember Hoffa could say it one more time, please.
Yeah, that council is directing staff to bring back for discussion the consideration of cannabis events at the fairground after the retail permitting process is complete.
Thank you, Alan.
And that's how I understood it as the seconder, yes.
Thank you.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Smith,
No.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberson.
Yes. It passes 4-1. We're past recess. We'll see everybody at 7 o'clock. Thank you, everyone.
Good dinner.
And here we go. I haven't heard the meeting is being recorded yet, our magic. Oh, well, off we go. Well, anyway, welcome back.
Recording in progress.
You're welcome.
You ask, you shall receive, Mayor.
There you go. Thank you. Yes. May blessings be upon you and yours. And so we're reconvening our evening session, and we're going to go right into our first public hearing, which is a second public hearing to receive public input regarding the composition of city council member districts before drawing a draft map or maps. Without further ado, let's just turn it over to our benevolent city manager, who's going to be introducing, I'm sure, our beneficent assistant city manager and our brilliant city attorney. So Hans, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is our second public outreach meeting tonight with respect to the council's resolution of intent to go from at-large elections to district-based elections by forming 4 districts and keeping the mayor at large. A great deal of what you hear tonight will be a comprehensive repetition of what we already presented to you in the first meeting. The CVRA is pretty descriptive, and some of the elements that we are presenting to you are required again to present to you. We put together a presentation that also will have a component in which we will show you also some of the maps that we have received so far. And then from there, Nat will further present to you the next steps. Joining us also is Elizabeth from Districting Partners. She is basically the consultant, the expert. As you know, Redistricting Partners is a powerhouse in the state of California with respect to providing all the necessary work and background work for the districting work. They are engaged in multiple jurisdictions. We were just lucky that they allowed us to
TV and mute it.
that work as well. So without further ado, I present to you our assistant city manager, who will start us off, and then there will be a part where you will hear from Elizabeth, and of course our city attorney will be also there in case there are questions that Nat and I or Elizabeth cannot really answer. So with that, let's start off with Nat.
Great. Thank you, Hans. This is our second public hearing, and the intent is to receive public input regarding the composition of city council member districts before draft maps are drawn. And what we will do today, and Hans gave us a great overview. The goals is to provide us with a recap on the criteria for how districts are created. We'll talk a little bit about the public hearing and engagement process and what we've done to date and how we've gathered feedback from our residents. We'll also hear from Liz Stitt from Redistricting Partners. She'll share some information on the feedback that they've received so far. Every day, the team from the Redistricting Partners staff, demographers, and the cartographers have been going to haveyoursaymonterey.org, where each day we upload maps that are submitted from the public as well as the communities of interest form. So she'll go over some examples of the maps we've received. We'll understand next steps, receive public feedback, and then also take some time to answer any questions from council. For this meeting, we are asking council to try, and we know it's challenging, but try to avoid commenting on specifically the maps that were submitted by the public, because the intent for this meeting is to hear public comments and public testimony first, and then council will have an opportunity to provide detailed feedback on maps when the draft maps are shared with the council and the public next week, no later than December 28th. So here are the just a reminder, and we've had several meetings regarding this, but a recap for those who are watching for the first time. There are a number of criteria that are upheld by courts and are used nationally to define districting principles. Each district must be relatively equal in size, and this refers to the people who reside in each district, not the citizens or the voters. And that relatively equal size allows for no greater than a 10% deviation. Districts must also be contiguous. They shouldn't hop or jump around. No islands, for example. They should be compact as much as possible, both in appearance and function. And they must also maintain what's called communities of interest. And communities of interest is defined in the California Constitution. It must also follow the city, county, and local government lines. Obviously, the 4 districts that council will ultimately adopt must be within the city limits of Monterey. So how are we engaging the public? We've launched a webpage at haveyourSayMonterey.org/districting. And this is our Have Your Say Monterey public engagement portal. Residents can submit maps using the mapping toolkit. There's been over 17 maps, 8 communities of interest forms, and 32 emails submitted so far. And also, we are providing public hearing and public participation information in Spanish. That's required by state law because more than 2% of the city's population are Spanish speaking with non-fluent understanding of English. Our district webpage, in addition to that, we've focused on using social media and email blasts to promote our public hearings and public engagement efforts. Hans has talked about the districting process at the last few mornings with the manager, which is streamed on YouTube on every few Wednesdays. We've also issued press releases, media outreach. A postcard mailer went out to every household in the city last week. And another one will be sent shortly. We also, last week on Thursday, launched a new map-making station at the Monterey Public Library. And this is a station where we have printouts of maps and community of interest forms, and members of the public can stop by and draw their own maps. We have markers and other material there. And we've received a few maps and forms through that station and through that in-person outreach effort. A few weeks ago, we also held a community meeting, what we call a neighborhood engagement, informational meeting rather, where we showed folks how to submit maps, how to draw them, and how to engage with the public. We also have print advertisements that we've issued in El Sol, the Spanish language newspaper, along with the Monterey County Weekly and the Monterey Herald. So far, this is as of this afternoon. The data shows there were 14 attendees at the community information meeting. There were over 68 views so far on YouTube watching that meeting. There have been 18 maps submitted by the public. We've received 8 community of interest forms and then 38 emails and letters. And this isn't uncommon. The feedback we've heard and the information we've heard from the consultants, redistricting partners, is that the majority of the feedback arrives and majority of feedback happens once the draft maps are released. At that point, usually that's when the public becomes more engaged and would like to chime in on the topic. But this is rather typical for a city our size. So at this time, we'd like to hear from Liz, who will explain and summarize some of the feedback received and some of the themes they've seen based on that input from our residents. We'll also share at a glance some examples of the maps that have been submitted so far. We won't go into detail and look at them with several minutes per map, but just look at them more at a glance. And then again, we do ask the council members try to refrain from providing specific feedback on those maps because we will have the third public hearing on January 4th, just in a couple of weeks here. Okay, we'll pass this along to Liz, and you can go ahead and let me know when you'd like to advance the slide.
Great. Thank you. And good evening, everyone. I'm happy to be back with everyone. So tonight, I just wanted to go over some of the maps that we've received so far. We've gotten a decent amount, definitely enough to start mapping off of and enough to allow us to see trends. So some of the things that we clearly have noticed that the public is asking for is renter information. So next time we'll have a slide devoted to a heat map of where renters are in the community. So we're aware and cognizant of renters in the city of Monterey and how that factors into it. But go ahead and Nat, if you can just go through. So what we're looking for is trends that exactly, if you want to stop here, you'll see districts 1 and 4 in this example is a pretty typical district. Go to the next one. And also what we're looking for is how to split up or how to include the Navy or the military base in with the rest of the districts. So you'll see the one on the right, the one district on the right is a very common shape for this, for a district that I have at least noticed in public submissions. So go ahead, go to the next one. And then again, renter information. So members of the public, we are hoping to get community of interest testimony like this. So let us know where your communities of interest are. So this person, let us know where the renter community is. And go ahead, go to the next slide. And you'll see District 4 is a very typical shape. Go to the next slide. Again, more renter information. Go to the next slide. And this again is a very common shape that I've seen from public submissions. So go to the next slide. Here we see the same shape in District 4. And then interesting how 3 is split up. I think that's a unique one that we might want to explore, and then keep going forward and go forward. And then again, you'll see the yellow District 4 is very similar to that renter shape that we saw a few slides ago. And go to the next slide. So I'm thrilled to see so many submissions so far. Like Nat said, we are expecting to hear a lot more input once maps come out at the next meeting, well, before the next meeting. So what we're hoping for tonight is input from the community to let us know what they want to see with the draft maps. We already have some things in mind, but we would love to hear from the public tonight, if possible, or over the next week, to get a sense of the district shapes and composition that they are looking for. And go ahead and go to the next slide. And so they will absolutely have the opportunity today to comment. And Nat, I don't know if you want to take it back over.
Sure. Yep. Thank you for the summary of the feedback you received, and that's correct. So as you may recall, on December 7th, we had the first public hearing, and the council decided to identify or determine that there were going to be 4 council member districts with at-large mayor. And we held the communities of interest and informational meeting on December 9th. And today is the second public hearing, what we call the pre-map hearing. Next week, no later than next week, on Tuesday, draft maps will be released. So those are based on the feedback that Redistricting Partners has received to date, as well as that we'll be receiving tonight. They'll draft the maps that will then publish as part of the agenda packet for the January 4th meeting. And those maps and the packet will be published together by December 28th, and that'll be online, as well as we'll have draft maps printed out and posted here at City Hall in the display case in front of the council chambers, along with at Casanova Oak Knoll Park Center and El Estero Park Center and Schultze Park Center, so that folks in the community can see the maps if they don't have access to the internet. And on January 4th, that's when the third public hearing will take place. This will be we expect it to be a relatively lengthy meeting because the redistricting partners will go through each of the draft maps. Each draft map will also include demographic information on the citizen voting age population, as well as the racial makeup of each district. And they'll have all of those detailed numbers and data as part of that. So that'll be part of the review. And then the other piece that we'll be discussing with council is the sequencing as well. And in other words, which districts could go into play, which two districts for the November 22 election, and which two districts would go into play as part of the election in 2024. So we'll receive public comment on those draft maps on January 4th as well. And council will be asked to focus on one map. Of course, can make changes or slight modifications, but once we hone in on one map and discuss sequencing, then 2 weeks later on January 18th, that's when the fourth public hearing will be held and the ordinance would be introduced. And final changes to that final draft map, if you will be discussed on January 18th. Any changes to the election sequence or establishment of the election sequence. And then February 1st is when the fifth public hearing will be held, and Redistricting Partners really doesn't participate in that meeting. It's more of a final adoption of the map. No changes can be made at that time. And the election sequence would be adopted as well. So that's the timeline as far as next steps are concerned. And the next two pieces are the public comment and testimony that we'll be asking residents to for feedback, and then of course we'll take questions from council. But we wanted to make sure the members of the public, as part of the public testimony process, answer the three critical questions in how our community is defined. And the first question is, does the community have a shared culture, characteristics, or bond? Is the community geographic in nature? Is the community able to be mapped? And then also, what is the community's relationship with the jurisdiction being districted? How is it affected by the policy decisions made by elected officials? So we'll take public comments on those questions. I'll stop sharing at this time and hand it back to the mayor.
Yes, thank you. Nat, go back to next steps, please, 1, 2, and 3.
Sure.
I taught putty tat. I did, and there it is.
So next steps, referring to the timeline?
Yes, please. Help me. I know we're not going to talk about maps, but I want to just clarify the process. I'm sure the public is probably want this clarification too. So we've had 18, you told us 18 submitted maps so far?
That's correct.
All right. So on January 4th, so the release of the draft maps would be any maps that we've received by December 28th. It could be 20, 30, 40, right?
It's actually so slightly different. The way that our consultants, redistricting partners, will come up with what's called the official draft maps. There'll be either 3 or 4
Got it.
maps with
Okay.
all the demographic data analyzed for council to consider and for the public to view. That the maps that you've seen tonight are publicly submitted maps, and those aren't official draft maps. Those are public maps submitted by the public. So a slight nuance. The way the process works is that redistricting partners doesn't select necessarily a map from what's submitted by the public. Rather, they take the collective input from the public and then create 3 to 4 draft maps for council to consider.
Okay, good. Thank you. I think that clarifies it, because when we were looking at 18 maps and subsequently even more maps, I was wondering how we would hone it down. So at that point, the consultants, Liz, you've got your work cut out for you. So the consultants would take all of that great input and put it in the form of about 3 or 4 maps, which would include all of the input we've had so far and what we're going to hear tonight, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so just make sure the public's saying, hey, wait a minute, where's the map that I submitted? It doesn't work that way. Those are public comments to the demographer, who will take them and present them in a form that meets the California Voting Rights Act requirements. Correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, good. Well, thank you. I'm glad. I don't know if I was the only one. Any questions from the council? The purpose of this meeting, of course, is to hear from the public. Any questions about the process? Councilmember Tyler?
Yeah, I just want to do a quick follow-up to Liz's comment earlier regarding the heat mapping spots of renters. What data are you using to identify where renters are in the city?
So census data and the American surveys, or American Community Survey, which is a part of the Census Bureau. So we are using that data set.
And is that looking at like complexes, or is it actually looking at households that are being rented out?
It's looking at individuals. So not necessarily like a household, but the amount of people living in that household. So it's more of the individual versus a housing complex.
Sure. Okay. Thank.
Okay, good questions. And Councilmember Ed?
Yeah, just because this is partly community outreach and education, if we could have at some point with the staff be able to remind folks how they can go to the site and view other folks' submitted maps, which then spurs the collective or clarification and ideas where we'll get the additional maps. And if they could talk about how they could highlight the communities of interest. Some of the maps we saw, folks were highlighting what they determined were communities of interest. So if we could highlight that piece where the public can go see what's been submitted so far and things that they can add to their comments, so that our outside contractor, Liz's staff, will be able to take those ideas as well.
Okay, thank you. Clementine, did you need to bring something to my attention?
Whenever council is ready to hear public comments, I did want to inform the public how they can participate on Zoom.
Yes, thank you.
And in response to Councilmember Smith's comment, I'd be happy at any time, if it's the pleasure of the council, to go to the website and share with everyone where to find those draft maps submitted, or those proposed maps rather, from the public.
Okay, thanks for that, Nat. And Councilmember Dan, any questions at this point?
No.
Councilmember Allen?
Nope, I had the same question you did, and glad you asked it.
Okay, thanks so much. And so we've heard from Councilmember Tyler, and so I think at this point we're ready to hear public comment. So I think, let's see, Nat, do we have some folks in the council chambers?
We do have a few, a couple of folks here in the council chambers. I'm not sure if anyone would like to
Next
speak.
item. There for the next.
Next item. Okay, we do not for this item, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, all right, then at that point, Clementine, who do we have, who would like to share with us online, please?
We do have a few folks, and I'll just give a quick spiel about how to participate if anyone's
Yes.
watching and would like to join in and tell us your thoughts. If you are not in person in the chamber, there are two ways to virtually participate. You can join directly on Zoom Gov using the Zoom app on your computer or mobile device, and you can also call into the Zoom meeting. If you want to join on your computer, smartphone, or telephone, you can use the link that is on the agenda at isearchmonterey.org. Since the meeting has started, you'll find the agenda under the Recent tab. To call in by telephone, you can go to the same section of the agenda, dial toll-free 833-568-8864, and enter meeting ID 160-772-9333 pound. And if prompted to enter a participant ID, press pound. Detailed instructions on Zoom are available at monterey.org/public meetings. And you'll need to raise your hand by pressing the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen, or if you're dialed in by phone, you raise your hand by dialing *9 and then unmute by dialing *6. And we'll keep everybody muted until it's their turn to speak, and I'll call on the public speakers in the order of their hands raised. And Mr. Mayor, we do have 3 hands raised at this time, so I'll go ahead and start with Jean.
Go ahead. All right.
Jean, please unmute and go ahead.
Thank you. It's been an intriguing process already, and I figured I would jump right in and try to understand how to draw a map and then draw a map.
Yeah.
And I did submit it. And doing so, it was obvious right away how commanding the placement of the Upper Presidio with 3,400 residents is, and then you go from there. It's a math formula, basically. And the demands of geography dictate a lot of this. And it dawned on me as I was doing this that I needed to confer with my board. So we spent a lot of yesterday with emails and texts. And finally, we had an emergency meeting last night, and we took an hour and a half, the 8 or 10 of us, and really did a deep dive. And I want to share with you our opinion to date. To the City Council, the Monterey Vista Neighborhood Association Board of Directors voted unanimously last night in an emergency meeting to endorse the draft district map submitted by Scott Hansen. We do so in solidarity with the Laguna Grande Neighborhood Association, whose leadership has led the city to recognize the community of interest that is our renters. Renters are one of the largest interest groups in the city, 64%, and the least represented. In Scott's map, District 1 and 4 contain an abundance of renters and perhaps a majority. Having 2 council members from districts which include the common interest of renters means renters will have more voice in issues that deeply affect them. We, Monterey Vista neighborhood, a neighborhood of 67% homeowners, see the equity issue and the need for renters' voices in the city's decision-making. Renters are invaluable and essential members of our city and deserve greater representation. Scott's map succeeds in other parameters as well. His map creates a compact districts, a requirement. His proposed districts preserve the cohesion of established neighborhoods in districts 2 and 3, which, apart from the military residents, have a majority of homeowners and hence their own community of interest. We urge the City Council to seriously consider Scott's map attached herein, and you have access to it. So thank you very much. Good luck with this.
All right, thank you, Jean.
Thank you. Our next speaker is called in by telephone with the last 3 digits of 204. Please go ahead. You may unmute by thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, good evening. Tom Raleigh from Fisherman's Flats. I'm not representing the neighborhood. I believe it's too early to be commenting on specific maps until the consultants come out with their proposal. it's good to hear that there is a map that looks like it's got good, serious consideration, but I believe it's premature to vote on one specific map at this point till we see what the consultants come out with. With that regard, I'm very concerned that the consultants do not understand the current system of organization of the city of Monterey into neighborhoods, represented neighborhoods that basically look at divisions, geography, and communities of interest. I would like to suggest that we, the consultants, come out specifically and say that the neighborhood associations do, in fact, or perhaps the city council could weigh in and say this, we shouldn't have to submit a request that our neighborhoods be considered communities of issue or communities of interest. So I think that basically is a given before we look at what the consultants come out with on the 28th, and then we should be able to put in some comments and on whatever they come up with and any other comments that are necessary. So thank you very much. I hope we move forward. It's good to see progress being made on this very important project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Kurt.
Thank you. Kurt Tipton, President of the Downtown Neighborhood Association.
Mm-hmm.
I'm having a little trouble trying to get people engaged. I think trying to do this around the holidays is causing some not lack of interest, but other priorities taking place. So I urge council to consider delaying this slightly to get more input until after December 31st, when things calm down. I did submit a map, and we did have a meeting. What few of us were there. And if you look at the map that I submitted, I had a zone that included Del Monte Beach, Oak Knoll, downtown, and Cannery Row. That community is the community that's most affected by tourists, and it's going to be the community that's most affected by sea level rise, and it's the community that's going to have to come up with the money, or Monterey itself will have to come up with the money to battle the sea level rise, either a seawall or retreat, but that's going to be costly. And I think that community, and it also includes all of the businesses, the hotels that are downtown. And again, it would be that kind of community where we do have interface with neighborhoods, businesses, and we do have renters in the downtown area. So a representative from that area would be valuable to represent those interests that we have in the area where the tourists are most prevalent and where the sea level rise is going to be the biggest issue in the next few years. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt.
Thank you. Next, we can hear from Esther Malkin. Go ahead, please, Esther.
Good evening. I just wanted to maybe have staff or the council address the fact that it seems like it's a conflict of interest when we have 5 members of the council that own rental properties, and it seems like there should be some sort of way of leveling that playing field, even when we have districts. I'm not quite sure if there's any precedent for addressing that. I do know that in some council meetings, some of those people have voluntarily recused themselves when it comes to voting on rental policies and ordinances. And now that it's been clearly established and shown to everybody the number of renters that we have here, and that the majority is significant. I mean, exactly how is it going to be fair to have rental property owners voting on renter issues? And even with the districts, renters are going to have a very little representation, because we won't be able to find many candidates, unlike homeowners and business owners in each district that are renters. Renters are busy working, 2 and 3 jobs to just be able to pay their rent, to be able to take the time to actually run a campaign and get on a city council. So even though we have technically the opportunity to run a candidate, the chances of us finding a renter candidate is pretty slim, and therefore opens up the door for those, and particularly those that made the push for this, to place candidates in all districts, even in the ones that have a majority of renters, for them to get candidates to run. So if that's the case, I still think that there should be some sort of addressing of the matter that if somebody is a rental property owner, there should be some sort of way of them not being the ones to decide the issues that affect renters. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, Richard Russello. Please unmute. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Clyde and members of the City Council. I have reviewed the maps submitted, and I have some concerns that aren't coming across. One is Casanova Oak Knoll has a census tract with 3 blocks in it. One of the blocks divides Airport Road down the middle. So in some of the submitted maps, one side of Airport Road would be in District 3, and the other side of Airport Road would be in District 4, because people are not looking at the dividing roads in the census tracts. And I submitted an email in that we should see the census tract map with all the major streets in Monterey highlighted, so we can actually see the division. One map I saw split Pacific Street, but where? On the left, the right, down the middle? It doesn't say. So these are the things, the NCIP program that's been around for almost 40 years. All the neighborhoods have the same common interest, but there is a difference out here in that we were the last section of the city to be annexed, and we are the lower income side of the city. And so we have a lot of common interest because of the impacts of the fairgrounds, Fremont, and the airport. So I hope the consultant will realize what we've gone through in the past and all our common problems and solutions, so that we don't get a street divided in half. And in one map, I saw that District 4 stretches from Casanova Oak Knoll to Del Monte Beach, all the way to Aguajito Oaks. And I dare anybody to walk from Del Monte Beach to Aguajito Oaks by the Salinas Highway. That's a distance of about 3 miles. And so my concern is the other, that you're going to put maps at the Casanova Oak Knoll Park Center, which has been closed. So you're going to have to put the maps in the window. I'm awaiting to see what the demographer says about our geographical areas of common interest. Thank you.
Thanks, Richard.
And next we have Pat Venza. Pat, if you could unmute yourself, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Mayor and council members, Pat Venza, Monterey Vista. area. I know this issue was brought up by LULAC. And so my question is, will they have any input into the review or looking at this process and the final result? And I guess I'm wondering if, since they were the driving force behind this, if there is any concern about looking at the Latino or Hispanic community and identifying where they are and their importance in this process. We keep talking about renters, and I haven't heard anything about the community that should be of LULAC's biggest concern. So I hope to hear about that in the next meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, Pat.
Mr. Mayor, there are no more hands raised for public comment.
All right, then we'll bring it back. And I think at this point, there's no council action. We took public input. And so I don't know if there's anything else that we need to add, Nat. Liz, you got what you needed from this meeting this evening?
Yes, we do. We have everything we need and appreciate the feedback from the public.
Yes. So I guess unless the council doesn't have any direction, if they had a final question on the process, that would be appropriate. Otherwise, we'll move on.
Mr. Mayor, I want to, there were a few questions raised by the community, and I like just to address it very broadly and not go into details.
Yeah, I like that.
Pat raised a good issue. When Liz presents her mapping to us, Liz will also show you the underlying demographics of those areas. And at that time, you will see the distribution of ethnic distributions, and you will see that in a particular district you have 15.5% Hispanics versus 36.5% Hispanics, and I'm just making up the numbers, but you will see that demographic distribution, and you will also see then a breakdown among whites and African Americans, Asian as well, and then so that will show the balance, and that will I believe also help Pat and others who ask the question, where is the Hispanic population being recognized? That will be part of the presentation. We haven't heard anything from LULAC other than that they participated in the original meeting where we had the resolution of intent passed, and Mr. Sandoval called in and commented on that. That's as much as we have heard from them. And last but not least, I want to reiterate what Liz was sharing with us as well. There's definitely a trend going on right now. She showed you a couple of the maps drawn on the eastern side of the city of Monterey, where you have Laguna Grande neighborhood, Villa del Mani, Casanova, Ognol. You see a trend there, and what the job of redistricting partners will be is to take all the input, especially also what we heard today, and process that and make it in a way that there are 3 maps or 4 draft maps, 3 to 4 draft maps with the underlying statistics and demographics is reflective of the maps that have been submitted so far. So what I expect from them is that on January 3rd, we will see maps in front of us that will clearly recognize the community input, that clearly recognize also the intent of the CVRA, which is providing opportunities for communities of interest to elect their candidate of choice through the district elections. And I think what will happen between now and January 3rd, that a lot of those community maps that have been submitted to us will be reflective in those those 3 maps. And then the process for you will be, council, to listen again very carefully, and also at the end of the day to determine which is the map that we think you, the council, want to go forward, that most likely represents all the input from the communities. And so that is kind of in response to a variety of points that brought forward. And you will see, by the way, interesting maps when you go in there. There are people who created maps that are based on renters. There's a map of coastal communities. There is a north-south version. There's an east-west version. There's a version of fire danger, community of interest living in fire danger zone. So I think the community has done so far an really excellent job in providing maps. I encourage all of us to go and to have your say Monterey. Take a look at those maps. Your brain will start seeing connections you haven't seen before. And then hopefully on January 4th, it will be an eye-opening experience. And then I promise you, you will make a quantum leap forward on January 4th once you see the draft maps. So that's all what I wanted to share with you.
Yeah, thanks for the clarification. I was extraordinarily impressed by the map makers as well. I tried it a little bit and threw up my hands, so I really add my compliments to the folks who have been working on that. Councilmember Tyler, on the process?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, this kind of came up a couple of times in the public comment, and I know that we've just had the recent census data that came available last year, and we haven't really had a discussion or had a chance to really dive in and look at how that data might be affecting how we might look at things differently, given how it's changed from the last census data. So I'm not sure if that's something that would be helpful in a future presentation.
Did you want an answer from our staff or Liz on that, or just a comment?
Onto that, and just state that I think the focus for what Registering Partners is doing is looking at the 2020 census data. And when, as Hans has mentioned, and Liz as well, when you get what's called they call it an atlas, because it's so thorough in each of the 3 to 4 scenarios, detailed information about each district and what the racial population is, what the citizen voting age population is for each district, for each of the scenarios. You'll see that demographic data. They're not looking at the 2010 census and comparing it to 2020, but just looking at the 2020, and that will come to life a little bit more and will be presented to you on January 4th. It will also be part of the packet and the full. What you'll see, and addressing one of our commenters here, I believe Mr. Russello, who said the maps aren't as detailed. And the point of the toolkit is more to get an understanding of what are the communities of interest, what areas could become districts. It is indeed impossible to see specific courts or small streets, but that's intended that way because it's supposed to be an easy to use, broader map. What you'll see from Registering Partners when this is published no later than next Tuesday is detailed maps that actually show specifics of neighborhoods. You can actually go into the detail and of exactly which side of the street, for example, a certain district is in if there's a question on that. So that level of detail is in there. I'll also add, because it was commented a number of times about the neighborhood integrity, we have shared the NIP boundary maps with Redistricting Partners, and they understand that as part of the draft maps to avoid splitting neighborhoods as much as possible. It's not possible to keep every single neighborhood intact, but it's certainly a goal because those are communities of interest, and they've heard that feedback from the public as well as during the informational meeting that we had a few weeks ago.
I'm glad that you were able to jump in there, Nat, because I think you answered a couple of the concerns that were brought up during the public comment. And this doesn't need a response, but I think it'd still be helpful, whether it's through this process or maybe soon after, even if it's directly from city staff. I think it's helpful for the community to understand the trends and the direction that the community has taken since the last census. And that was kind of the question that I was raising prior is I think it would be helpful. And I think Pat Benza raised this point in regard to the Latino community, right? Like how has that changed since the last census so that ourselves as the electeds, but also our community members can get a better sense and understanding of how things have changed.
We lost Councilmember Williamson's connection.
Yeah, it looks like it. All right.
If it's okay for me to just comment on that really fast,
Sure.
I absolutely can put together a document that shows you how the city has grown since the last census release. So that includes total population, that includes subgroups, ethnic and racial subgroups, and CVAP population, citizen voting age population. So we can put that together and have that for you next time. That is important for officials to know the demographic trends that they're looking at, especially as we're going into this redistricting.
I appreciate it. Apologies for the poor connection on my side, but that's kind of getting exactly to what I was saying. So thank you, Liz.
All right. Anyone else? All right, so we as a council, thank you very much. A monumental task, and we look forward to seeing what the maps are going to look like. And just make sure, if you don't mind, there was one that had some big, bold lines that helped this senior millennial read it a little bit better. And if we were able to read the streets too, that would be helpful, especially if we are splitting one side of the street to another one. So that would be really helpful. And I know you know all that. So thank you so much. Okay, so we'll close that public hearing and go on to our next one. And that is 2101 North Fremont Street application. And I'm going to go to the staff because I think we have some new information and a new direction that we have a recommendation here. So benevolent city manager, what do you expect from the council this evening on this matter? Where are we?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. City staff received additional material on Friday and Saturday from the appellant, and we are recommending to council to table this item.
All right, so if we table that, I'm going to ask our brilliant city attorney. So basically what we would do would be tabling means we're not going to set a date for it to come back, but we expect that it may. But also at this meeting, we would probably take public comment because there may be people who can only make this meeting. We'll make it part of the public record. Is that would be at this point what we would do, Chrissy?
Yes, we should still hear public comment.
Okay, so we'll take public comment. Would questions from the council probably would be wait till this comes back again?
Correct.
Okay. All right. With that being understood, we'll go ahead and ask Nat if there's people in the council chambers who wanted to make public comment. Again, we would use our 3-minute time limitation, please.
It appears that we do not have any public comment here in the council chambers.
Okay, then back to Clementine. Do we have public comment online?
Yes, we do. I will call on Anthony Lombardo to unmute and speak when ready. Thank you.
All right.
Good evening, Mayor Roberson, members of the council. Anthony Lombardo. I represent the applicant. As the city manager mentioned, we have again received information at the last minute from the one project opponent that we have, the neighbor's lawyer next door, which is virtually impossible to address in the time we've had. So we don't know what, this new allegations need to be analyzed. And so we would respectfully request that agree with the city manager and table the application till we can come back with a thorough and complete response. And I'd like to save a few moments for rebuttal if there's any reason after the public speaks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardo.
And there are no further hands raised.
All right, so if with the agreement of the council, I'm just going to go ahead and make a motion to table this item. Do we have a second?
A second?
No discussion, I guess. We could discuss. No, I don't think there's anyone. Anyone want to say anything? Nope. Okay. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Williamson. Oh,
Yes.
okay. Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberson.
Yes. All right, so I'll save the 680 pages of staff report for a later time. Council comments? Oh, excuse me, city manager's update on COVID-19, please.
I want to ask Nat to put this on the screen if possible. All right. Thank you, Council. This is my last COVID-19 update for the year 2021, I hope. We started again on March 15th with the emergency declaration at 647 days since we entered into the declared an emergency for the city of Monterey. We are still in that phase. I share with you a few data points today. This is from today, the number of tracked infections. You see there is a steady number of infections day after day reported that fluctuates anywhere between 40 to 60 or so. Mondays is always a little bit more because you have data from Friday to Saturday, Sunday process, but it's also around 40 to 60 on average times 3. We see a spike, or we see an increase in hospitalizations. And I can share with you that the hospitals are having a very, very close look on the trends right now. And they might be, to a certain degree, also concerned about what they see happening right now. What changed since the last update? We have a mask mandate now issued by the California Department of Public Health. It requires masks to be worn in all indoor public settings, totally irrespective of vaccination status, for the next 4 weeks. So it should end hopefully this, January 15, 2022. Here are the numbers for Monterey. This is from today. We have 20 folks that are infected. I always also look at the subtotals and like always to see the right-hand side number, which is 20 higher than the left-hand side. That means 20 folks have recovered while 15 entered the tracking system as infected. Talked about the concerns of the hospitals. Here's our community hospital trend. You see, you should pay attention to the bar chart on the bottom of the screen here. It shows you basically that we had a relative good November, and then as we approached December, the numbers went up. If I would be a pessimist, I would say, well, that's part of the Thanksgiving surge that was kind of expected 2 weeks to 3 weeks later. It definitely has something also to do with the with the Omicron variant that is now has become the most prevailing variant and has, I believe, in some areas completely outpaced the Delta variant. What I find interesting also to share with you is who is infected, what are the age groups. So I like you to take a look. You see basically a distribution from left to right, from the younger folks to the more mature folks. And when you see those numbers, then the next chart that I want to show you are also the fatalities, because that's when the slide flips. And you see the fatalities are affecting the right-hand side more, the more mature folks. So this is just for the county of Monterey. I cannot really speak for the whole country or for the state, but again, take a look at here, the distribution of COVID. And here is how it affects our more senior population. Here's I tried today to not to be too pessimistic but I want to share with you. These are headlines that came out today. Omicron could knock a fragile economic recovery off track. From New York Times, Bloomberg Economics, Omicron set to halve fourth quarter global economic growth. On the top right side is a CNN headline, and in that report they are talking actually about restaurant businesses. And the quote is from a restaurant that says, "We've taken a big nosedive," meaning we were nicely recovering, and now we are taking a nosedive. And so I think the Miami Herald says Omicron cast a new shadow over economy's pandemic recovery, and that's what I am fearful as your city manager about, a possible shadow over our own recovery. And so my question is, what will the Omicron variant do to our economy? Driving back from the dinner break to the council chamber, I had a chance to just look at the lighting in our main hotels along the route, and I can tell you a lot of lights were on and a lot of hotel rooms were appear to be visited still. So let's hope we can get through this Omicron surge. I can share with you also that our first 6 months of economic recovery between July and December was very, very strong in terms of TOT, in terms of sales tax, in terms also in some of the fees we are collecting for our programs. So we had an extremely good run from July to December. And today also we got our first installment of property taxes. And we talk about affordable housing, we talk about rent, and we talk also about increased housing cost. And we can see that reflective also in the collection of property taxes that we received today. So how will we go through the next 2, 3, 4 months? So that's the big question. Want to close with for 2021 with some good news. Our Monterey Fire Department held over 100 clinics in 2021. We administered about 7,400 doses of every COVID vaccine that is available, Moderna, Pfizer, Janssen & Janssen, as well as now booster shots. And on during first night Monterey, which is still going to start on December 31st as scheduled, from 4 to 7 p.m. Residents can go down and enjoy all the excitement that surrounds first night Monterey, but you can also get a booster shot, or dare I say, you can get your first vaccination there as well if you feel to be inclined to get that. And that concludes my COVID-19 update for 2021.
Thank you, as always, for the excellent data that you bring to us and explain so clearly. Is there any public comment on the city manager's report? Anyone in the audience or online?
We do not have any hands raised on Zoom, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Mayor, I have a question.
All right. So, Councilmember Dan?
Seeing that the Omicron variant seems to affect people that have already been vaccinated, I was wondering if there's any outbreaks or any infections amongst our own employees currently. Have we had any reports on that?
Yes, we have reports of 2 employees that possibly tested positive through PCR test for um, the COVID-19 virus, and they were fully vaccinated. I cannot share with you whether they were boosted or not. We don't know
Okay.
this yet.
And the only reason I bring that up is what would be the break point where we would start testing our employees if this really gets out of hand in the next month and a half? That was my only question.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we kept distributing today and yesterday literally dozens of Binex test kits that we are handing out to our employees. We encourage them to take tests. We ordered just another contingent of additional tests. And any employee who wants a test and for any type of reasons, we will hand them happily 2-3 test kits that they can use as they feel doing it. We have not scheduled a regular test regime yet, but we started handing out tests actually last week, and then today again, all the tests that we have purchased are stored in the city manager's office, and we're handing them out there through department heads, to employees. Whoever stops by can receive those tests. And as I stated, we have ordered again another contingent just to stock up in tests.
All right, thank you very much.
Any other questions? Okay, let's go to council comments. Councilmember Tyler, any council comments this evening?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I switched it to my phone, so hopefully the audio works a little bit better here, but bear with me. I'm going to read, this is kind of a holiday message that I'd like to share. So as I look back on this year, the word that comes to my mind is thankful. There's so much going on in the world, from COVID to increased political polarization to the warming of the planet. There's a lot to be worried about and to live in fear of. So hopefully this message helps shine a positive light on the work being done in our community. The reason I'm thankful, though, is because of all the relationships in my life. Some of those relationships are those very close to me, like my lovely partner, Ivan, who's been patient with me taking on what seemingly is a second full-time job. The relationships could also be more detached, like the laundry attendant making $28,000 a year working for the city of Monterey. To those in our city staff, from our city manager, Hans, and our city attorney, Chrissy, all the way on down, you are the ones that I want to speak to today. I know it may not always seem like it, but the work you all do is important and is appreciated. Why is it important? You are our public safety staff that not only respond to emergencies, but are going out into our community to provide proactive measures, whether it's through the multidisciplinary outreach team with our Monterey Police Department, or the vaccinations that our Monterey firefighters have been sticking in arms the moment that vaccinations were available to our communities. You are our housing staff that help protect our neighbors suffering shortcomings that affect their ability to retain adequate shelter. You are our public library staff that helps youth with programs and books that encourage self-confidence and determination, and their parents to have access to expert advice in helping kids handle stress and anxiety. You are our parks and recreation staff that help us stay active and remember the importance of enjoying the outdoors, and helps us all keep in mind the beautiful environment that we're fortunate to live in on the world-renowned Monterey Peninsula. You are our public work staff that make sure we're able to safely get from point A to point B. And this is just barely scraping the surface. You are so much more, and a lot of the work you all are doing goes unseen and unheard every single day, which takes me back to the message I started with. I'm so thankful for every single one of you that are part of our City of Monterey family. It's about the people. Call me a millennial, but each and every one of you are important. I know sometimes it may not feel like it. I know sometimes it gets hard. I know that we're all going through the pandemic and trying to navigate what it means to be part of the workforce of today. I don't know everything that you're going through. None of us do. What I do know is it helps when we can go through this together. And I'm so thankful for every single employee bringing forward your contributions that allowed the city of Monterey to be such an amazing place to live. Thank you for being part of our team. Thank you for contributing and helping the city become a better place. and thanks to your loved ones for your support, for supporting your role with our agency. Wishing you and your families the happiest of holidays, and a final thank you for all you do for our community.
Thank you, Tyler. That was beautiful. And I just realized we need to do continued public comments. And so I'm sorry I didn't do that earlier. We will get to that right after council comments. Councilmember Allen, anything this evening?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, just want to wish everyone a happy holiday season, whether you're celebrating Christmas or Hanukkah or Kwanzaa or some other celebration. Hope that you have a safe and happy holiday season. And in the spirit of that holiday season, I just wanted to encourage folks, if you haven't made your end of the year donations to charitable organizations, Monterey County Gives through the Monterey Weekly provides some matching money to your donations. The JPA that I represent the city on, Community Human Services, is one of those agencies. And just to remind you, Community Human Services is a nonprofit dedicated to providing mental health, substance abuse, and homeless services to Monterey County residents. In 2019, Community Human Services began operating the first homeless shelter for women and families on the Monterey Peninsula, and purchased a property with the help of Mark Schumann on Franklin Street in Monterey, and is fundraising and planning to open a shelter for women and families there, hopefully in 2023. So if you can include Community Human Services in your charitable donations, that would really go a long way to helping folks in need. And of course, there are other great nonprofits throughout our area that you could help as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Alan, and that's an excellent reminder. We appreciate that. Councilmember Ed?
Thank you very much. A lot has been said already with the season. And so I'll just wish everyone in the community a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Also, I just want to say that I'm very thankful for, again, evidence with our significant community involvement. It just seems like we've got such an active and vibrant community in Monterey when we have these items that we study and contemplate, and we get so many good calls and visits to the council chamber to give us really additional information that gives this council great guidance to be able to make sound decisions. So thank you very much to the community who stayed involved and active, and I'm wishing you all a Merry Christmas. And I just want to give you a little visual, because visuals always speak clearly. So from our household to you, we share a Merry Christmas and soon a Happy New Year. And we wish everyone wonderful holidays and lots to be thankful for in the Smith family. And we thank you all and wish you happy holiday seasons.
Thank you, Ed. Beautiful tree. Councilmember Dan?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd also like to echo what Tyler mentioned about our staff, our employees. Thank you very much for all your hard work this year. It's a difficult year, and I'm glad that we're seeing it come to an end. Thank goodness. But I also attended Old Monterey Business Association Holiday Luncheon, where they gave out awards for local businesses. And I just wanted to reach out to those businesses that survived this year. It's such a tough time, and congratulations to you for sticking it out, because you are, as I've always said, the heartbeat of Monterey. And also I attended the Monterey County Hospitality Association luncheon for a hospitality industry that was hit very hard this year. I hope that we will rebound next year, and we'll make a real good recovery, I'm hoping. Also, on at least 3 or 4 occasions, I've been tested for COVID just to make sure that my family is safe and everyone that I make contact with. And I just wanted to let the public know that it's so easy to get tested, especially up at the airport. where you just drive in, you park your car, you get out, you get tested, takes about 2 minutes, and then usually get your report back. I think I've been tested about 4 times, and I've got the report back within 3 or 4 hours. So all of you will be with your families this holiday season. I hope that you're all safe, and if you need to get tested, make sure you do. So happy holidays to everyone, the council in particular, and all of the residents of the Monterey, and I'll see you next year.
Good, and thanks for that tip on the testing. I didn't know that. That's really good to know. And I have written my first council comments, a little bit of business. I wrote you a summary of our water management district meeting. And interestingly enough, the water management district is also going through redistricting, but it's already district elections. And they had a list of community of interest, which I shared with you. It was from the staff report. Subsequently to that, thank you, Nat, we as a city submitted all of our neighborhood associations to be included as community of interest for the water district. So Monterey will be well represented, and I advised the other district mayors, there are 6 of us, that they can do the same thing. Also, as the mayor's appointee to the water management district, I have the privilege of appointing someone to the redistricting committee. So I asked our neighbors, my neighboring mayors, and I did get a recommendation from Mayor Peak and PG, and had an opportunity to interview a really excellent person who was willing to be on the committee. And so I have submitted that name. And so we can just keep an eye on that and see how that goes. Speaking of employees, I want to thank our entire staff for putting on that incredible employees luncheon. It was down at the conference center. The conference center was absolutely beautiful. The Marriott did a wonderful job catering. That was really fun. And I saw, as you were pointing out, Tyler, in your remarks, just a broad section of the city of Monterey. So it was really a nice gesture by our city manager and executive staff to just show everybody that they were appreciated. And so as we celebrate, we will remind everyone that on New Year's Eve, first night at 6 o'clock in the State Theater, there will be a concert. The Monterey County Pops has volunteered to give a free concert, and it's not free to them because they have musicians and everybody else to pay. And they were kind enough to include just a brief acknowledgement of a belated 250th Monterey birthday. So I will be there just to share a few remarks on your behalf. And likewise, much appreciation for everyone. Stay safe. And I've read this last little stanza a few times over the holiday because it's so meaningful to me. It's from a song called One Wish. I think you've heard it before. Sorry, by Dave and Jean Perry. And if you want to look it up, One Wish. And the first and last stanzas say, if I had one wish, I could wish for you. If I had one gift, I could give. If there could only be one perfect song to sing, it would be peace. Peace to all. It would be peace. Peace to all. And again, back to continued public comments. I'm sorry I missed that. Do we have any continued public comments? Anything not on the agenda that people want to share with us? Anyone in the council chambers, Nat?
We don't here in the council chambers, but we do online, I believe.
Okay, online, continued public comments, non-agenda items. And as I always say, we listen. And if you need something from our incredible staff, you will hear back from them. So let us know. All right, Clementine, who do we have would like to share with us?
Sure, let's hear from Jean Rash. Jean?
Hi, again, thank you. A plea to keep more balls in the air and more topics on your agendas. And I know it's a difficult time, but we have to keep our eye on tenants' rights. And we have the perfect time to complete our small cell tower ordinances. I am baffled as to why that has been dropped after tens of thousands, if not 6 figures spent on the attorneys for these ordinances on the small cell towers in our neighborhoods. We're watching Carmel go through this and the same replay and why we don't finalize the situation for Monterey and prevent problems that we know are coming. It just totally baffles me. And every time we have our board meetings, everybody always says, what's happening to cell towers? So I bring it up again and again to you and plead with you to not let all that work be wasted and to not end up with a huge round of chaos again when Verizon comes back to Monterey neighborhoods like they're doing in Carmel. We know this is coming. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jean. Next, we have Esther Malkin. Esther, please go ahead.
Hi again. I wanted to echo what Jean was saying about getting to kind of unfinished business. I agree with her that whole cell tower thing, at this point, there's really no excuse after all this time for that to still be up in the air the way that it is. I'm hoping that, you know, this coming year, we start really getting serious about the renter issues. I want to point out that staff was instructed back in September that you had asked for them to come back in December with an agenda item. That did not happen. I understand that we didn't expect at that time this whole districting thing to come up, but at the end of the day, the renter issue can.
I'm sorry, Esther, it was brought to my attention, you spoke in the afternoon and we can't take public comment twice on the general public comments in the afternoon and the evening, so I need to cut you off there, I apologize. The next speaker is Morgan Ivans Duran.
Good evening. Thank you to the mayor and city council members for circling back on this item. I was in the middle of drafting an email with my thoughts to the city clerk because I thought you guys were going to get back to this. So thank you. And I think I can probably pick up the thread where Esther left off. I think we have some similar concerns. I am making comment today to follow up on the September study session on housing issues facing us here in the city of Monterey. There was a lot of really great discussion and comment at that meeting, and there have been a lot of follow-up conversations amongst residents who are interested in this issue over the week since. I and I think many other residents in the city have been looking forward to having staff report back to the council during one of the December meetings. But I did not see this item on the December 7th agenda, and it again was not on the agenda for this meeting. Rent control and other aspects of tenant protection and affordable housing is a really serious problem facing this city, and the lack of follow-up is disappointing. Understanding, as I think Esther and Jean were mentioning, that there are many different items that city staff are tracking, but there was a really specific request that I heard from council at that study session for a report back in December. So I just wanted to say that I really hope this item is on the agenda for the city council's next meeting. And in the interim, if it's appropriate, I would really appreciate hearing any verbal update which the council or the city manager could provide on progress thus far, and perhaps confirmation that this item is on staff's agenda and will be coming back to the city soon. And thank you.
Thank you. And I do not see any further hands raised.
All right, then the thanks. And final item of the evening would be city manager reports.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let's start with the last item. Staff has been working on providing the requested data that council asked during the September study session, which was give us data about how many rental units do we have, what is their composition, studio, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, and give us more information. We have started working on that. And I updated the council 2 Friday folders about our progress and shared with the council at that time that the work also involves for us to find out not only what is the rental stock, but also find out when was it built, because rental control measures take into effect also based on the year of build. So staff has been working on that. I shared also with the council the number of business licenses and the revenues that we get from property owners who register their multi-units as businesses. So staff is working on that. We provided an update to council two Fridays ago in an email to all council members, and I don't expect that we will have anything for council on January 3rd, just because the materials that we have to look at and that we are asked to bring back to the council, which was give us more data. That's all what was required from us at that time, has been ongoing, and it's a very, very cumbersome process to find all the numbers. I wanted to make council aware that we have a holiday dinner drive-through happening. I believe that's tomorrow. The holiday drive-through, what day is that again?
That'll be on Wednesday, yes.
Yes, that is tomorrow. We have so far registered over 620 groups, and we will also make 55.
I'm so sorry, Thursday, Hans, I apologize,
Yeah,
Thursday.
it's on Thursday is the holiday drive-through. It's organized together with the Kiwanis of Monterey as well as the Monterey Food Bank, and we are always happy to help and organize the parking lot at the Dennis the Menace Center for that. And again, there are still some slots available, and if folks want a meal kit there, please go on our website and find the sign-up sheet there. It's a huge success. We started it last year for the first time, and it continues this year. The Councilmember Hafer spoke about Friends of the Library and Monterey County Gives. This is a great opportunity to also give back and donate to the library. As Councilmember Hafer pointed out, funds are being matched. So far, the Library of Monterey has received donations in the amount of $38,000, never before seen amount of money, and we are very grateful to the Friends of the Monterey Library who help organize all that. Last but not least, I had written this down before. Tyler spoke. Thanks from our staff to the leadership that the council has shown us over the past 12 months. We all have maneuvered through pretty difficult times. The council was always fair. The council always helped us and made our staff work a lot better by challenging us and also throwing twists and turns sometimes into your solutions that we hadn't foreseen, and that you just know makes staff work so much better, because every single one of you represents a group of constituents, and you all know very well what our community expects from you and what you think you should responsibly implement. So our thanks from our staff goes right back at you, Tyler, and to the rest of the council members. You have been extremely helpful through those challenging almost 2 years now. And we wish you and all of you a very, very happy holidays, and hope to see some of you on 12/31 when First Night is populating the downtown, and we'll make sure that 2022 will be a much better year. So with all that, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Well, as always, thank you to the public, the staff, and the city council for making another really interesting, provocative meeting. I appreciate all of you. We're adjourned. Have a good holiday.